Okay guys, buckle in because it is election night and we're going to be live streaming the election results. If you guys have never watched any of our live streams for the election or anything like that, I'm going to kind of explain the process. Or if you're tuning into this later and you're trying to find out the results, the first thing is, and let me pop this up, how we are getting the results is the results will be posted to the Muskogee Creek Nation Election Office's Facebook page, and there's a link to that page in the description of this video. So if you're watching this after the fact, or you're watching this, you're like, I don't want to watch this live stream, you can click that link and just refresh it until the new results come in. So that's the easiest way to do it. Or if you're watching this afterwards, you don't want to watch the whole live stream until the results come out, you can just go to their Facebook page. They post all the results on their Facebook page, and that's where we're getting them from. You can see here, it's election day. Polls are open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So if you're watching this, right, and you haven't voted, you need to go down to one of these locations and vote, okay? I don't know why it's not showing me the whole thing, but because of this, hold on, maybe I can do this. There we go. So those are the locations. Get down there, you still got time, get in there and vote. Okay, now, the other things I wanted to talk about, well, let me come back and so tonight, here's the game plan. The polls are going to close at 7, and then I'm going to start, and all through the evening, I'm going to be checking Facebook to see when we get an update with the results, or any updates. If we get an update, I'm going to break into our programming, and I will give you guys the update and say, hey, the results are out, you can go check them out, and here they are. But while we're waiting, what we're going to do tonight is we're going to have a marathon of Muskogee gardening where we're going to start at episode 1, and we're just going to go as far as we get until the results come out. At some point tonight, I think Courtney Natsway, who's the host of Muskogee Gardening, is going to be in the chat here. And Courtney, if you're watching this and you're already in the chat, just go ahead and make a post in there to say, hey, everybody, it's Courtney. And if you guys have any questions about gardening or anything, you can ask Courtney. She's going to be in here chatting with us for a little while, not all night. And it doesn't look like she's in here yet because I don't see a comment from her, but whenever she gets in, she'll be in. And Courtney, you guys be nice to Courtney and everything because she's here on her own free time. You know, she's not getting paid to do this or anything. So the other thing I wanted to mention is you know, if you have participated in past elections, you might have noticed that this election's being called the general election, where in the past, this would have been called the primary election, and the election that's the runoff election in November would have been called the general, right? And that's something that citizens have always said, why do we have a primary election and then a general election, right? So let me explain. Earlier this year, the National Council passed some code that basically cleaned up some problems with the election code, and I'm going to kind of go through that right now with you guys. Let me pop this up. So if we go to the Muskogee Creek Nation Supreme Court's website, which you guys know and we've been to many times, we go to code, right here. We can go down to Title 19 is the election code, all right? Title 19 elections. So you can see here how you used to have to use this was you would go to Title 19 and you'd read Title 19, and then you'd have to go through all these amendments here, right, to make sure whatever you were reading about didn't get changed. So it was a really complicated process that was making it difficult to see what the actual rules were, okay? So to clean that up, the National Council earlier this year, basically, and I'm going to go to the election, this is the election board's website, okay? So earlier, they repealed all of the election code and passed a new refined Title 19, which is this Title 19 right here. Right? And as you can see this, so this is the updated rules. They didn't change any election code. They just made some little adjustments. And one of those little adjustments that they made, hold on real quick. One of those little adjustments that they made was they got rid of that primary and general terminology, and they changed it to a general election and then a runoff election, right? Which makes more sense, I think, and most citizens will say, yeah, I had to field that question a lot in the past. Why is this election called a primary and this election called a general when we don't have there's no political parties? What are we primarying? Okay, so now that's all, we've covered all of that and explained all of that. And if you want to read the election code as it is now, you can go to the election board's website. Let me go back one here. You can go to the election board's website, and it's here, Title 19 elections. And they also mention it too, like I think on this, no, not that one. One of these, they mentioned that the title, yeah, see down here at the bottom, it says election titles were changed with the adoption of NCA 25-040, which is the code that repealed the prior election code and replaced it with the cleaned up code. Okay, now let's see, what else was I going to talk about? I think that's it. I think that we have covered everything. And I'm going to be here checking in with the chat. Oop, let me pop myself back up. I'm going to be in here checking in with the chat all through the evening to say, hey, see if you guys have any questions. Maybe I want to join in. Earlier we were talking about apparently the Choga Satis is what it says on the voter sticker, and I was trying to figure out what Satis is, and then I put some links in there to the online dictionary and stuff. You guys want to go peruse that stuff, because you can search words and stuff in there. It's pretty cool. And that was done, I think that was done with the language program. It's one of the resources listed on the muskogeobonuga.com website. I put a link also in the chat to that. If you guys want to go surf that, it's also cool, because we're going to be waiting a little while. And with that being said, let me switch out my deal here. Any reports of voting irregularities today? I don't know. I haven't gotten any reports of irregularities. I can tell you that earlier today, a citizen text messaged me and was asking me about, or let me just tell you what happened to me, and then it won't be a third person thing. So when I went to vote, I voted at the Tulsa Indian community, and I filled out my ballot, and there were a couple of things that I left blank, and I tried to put it into the machine, and the machine wouldn't take it, and the machine said, if you want to file your ballot with these blanks, with these measures blank, right, you need to go contact a poll worker. And the poll worker lady that was there, she said, hey, do you need some help? And I said, no, I'm just going to go back and mark the things I didn't mark. So I took it back to the table and I marked them, and then I fed it in and it went fine. Now you are supposed to be able to put your ballot in with stuff that's blank. And they were saying they can do that. I don't know if it's a regularity. I think it's just, if you leave some of any of those things blank, you have to get the poll worker to help you file your ballot, is what I think the system is there. So that's what I've heard. If you guys want to tell me your experience from voting, pop it into the chat too, and you guys can discuss it, and we can discuss if there's we need to have legislation passed or amendment passed in the future to correct any of these problems. If it is a problem, I don't know if that's a problem, because I just went back and filled in my things and turned it in. I'm not going to tell you the way I voted though. So, but with that being said, I'm going to go in here and we will start the Muskogee gardening part of our program. And Courtney, if you're here, go ahead and hop into the chat. And when she gets in the chat, she'll let herself be known. And while we're watching this, if I get an update from the election board, if they post something on their Facebook, I'll break into the programming and I'll pop it up, and we'll take a look at where we are, and then we'll go back to the marathon. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and fire this up, and you guys enjoy Muskogee gardening while we wait on results to come in. And if you guys want me to try to keep a page with the results up all the time, I can do that, but it's just like you'll be looking at the same thing, like it'll only get updated when it gets updated. So let me see here. Are the absentee voter and early voting totals available yet? I have not seen them, and my understanding from the election board is that any results that come in will be posted to their Facebook, right? So but if we do get something, I will pop it up. And with that being said, you guys, let's go ahead and check it out.
And this is the Muskogee Gardening Series. If you're interested in gardening, you can come out to the community garden at the College of the Muskogee Nation every Thursday from 11 to 12. Our garden is open to the public. I'll be out here in person and you can come ask me any questions. Today's topic is transplanting, or moving your plants from a pot into the ground outside in your garden. So some gardeners like to start from seed directly outside. Some gardeners like to purchase plants from the stores and plant those in their garden. And some gardeners, like myself, like to start their seeds indoors in a pot and then move it outdoors. So today what we're going to cover is moving your plants outside. One of the first things to consider before transplanting is timing and temperature. So you're going to want to move your plants outside once the chance of frost has passed. Frost usually occurs between 30 and 35 degrees Fahrenheit. And our summer crops like our beans, our corn, our squash, our melons can't really handle those super cold temperatures. So you're going to want to move them outside once the chance of that has passed. According to the USDA's hardiness map, the average last frost in Oklahoma is about April 15th. Those of us who have lived in Oklahoma for a long time know that we still have snow and frost well into April. So a general rule of thumb for my garden, I always move plants outside after May 1st. I feel like that's a good and safe time when any chance of frost has passed. We might still have some chilly mornings, but it's not frosty. So before you move your plants outdoors, you're going to want to acclimate them to the outdoor conditions. They've been living inside in lower light in a more regulated temperature. So you don't want to shock them and move them outside and expose them to full sunlight, expose them to wind, expose them to insects. You want to slowly harden them off to those conditions. One thing I recommend is kind of taking 3 or 4 days to get this process done. I would usually start by moving my plants outdoors into a shady spot. This could be under a tree. When I'm here at the garden, I usually put them under our gazebo. I usually leave them out here for a full day. After a full day, I'll move them out into the sunrise so that they get some direct sunlight, but it's not so hot and intense, and then I'll move them back into the shade. Then I'll move them into the sunset later in the evening again so they get some direct sunlight, but not anything super intense or hot. By the 3rd day, I'll usually move them out at sunrise and then just leave them outside all day exposed to direct sun. Usually by that point, they're good and acclimated, and by the end of the day or the next morning, they'll be ready to put in ground. So after keeping the plants in shade for a full day, I like to bring them outside into direct sun, usually in the morning, for about a couple of hours. This way they get direct sun exposure without getting any intense heat or any super high sunlight like at high noon. On a cellular level, plants have a compound called chitin in their leaves. This is like a waxy layer that protects them from getting scorched from the sun. So hardening off and acclimating them to direct sunlight helps them build up that chitin so they're not so shocked when they go into the ground. So after your plants are acclimated and hardened off, it's time to put them in the ground. One thing I recommend is just digging a hole that's slightly bigger than the pot they're in. It doesn't have to be twice the size or anything like that, just a little bit bigger. And then I like to squeeze the pot just to loosen it up and turn it upside down into my hand. You can see all the good roots. And then just put it in the pot. I like to compact it just to give it a good little tuck. I think that helps support it. We'll do the same with this one. grab the hose and water them in just a little bit. So once they're transplanted, I like to keep them good and moist for about a day or two. After a day or two, it's important to let them dry out completely in between waterings. That's going to encourage your plants to root into your soil. When you let them dry out, those roots are going to kind of grow and they're going to venture out looking for moisture. That's going to help them get better established in your garden beds. So some tools that we might need for transplanting: gloves if you don't like to get your hands dirty. I love playing in the dirt. So you'll also need a good small shovel, handheld shovel to dig your hole. And that's really it. Maybe a hose to water also. A lot of people like to overcomplicate transplanting and, you know, dig a hole and fill it with fertilizer and peat moss and all of this extra stuff. But the plants really don't need that. I think the simpler, the better, and also it's a lot cheaper when you don't add all this extra stuff into the hole.
Hello, this is the Three Sisters garden here. And here we have the aji and tahoya and talago, corn, beans, and squash. And this is an old tradition of being able to understand the traditional ecological knowledge development of how the soil works and how the plants help each other. And they help like that, and then they're able to grow really good and luscious food. This is called tahaya. The squash here, tahaya lane. That's a good one. And this is the aji hatke, and this is talago in jaga. The pole bean. I think that's what that is. Well, there's so many different types of beans. We got purple hull peas out here, and this is one of the things that we have put together here. Punaga dari hajome istijari imeidadat hajome mijaget yanitai bokhalagitos, and we've evolved to do this and expanded it to amplify this system, and many people around the country are now utilizing this. Ya ajidat hunanwa oiris hadam hokde. So it's both male and female. So when the kernels start coming out, we know that the pollen has already reached down to the cob, and as it begins to grow, each kernel, during the process, we see all these other insects here taking part in its evolution. So every little corn brings us several hundred more on the cob. So it's good to respect this. As Muskogee people, we have our green corn ceremony, and we want to be able to provide organic corn to our ceremonies and teach the people that the differences in the many different types of corn that we now have. But our organic corn is basically for consumption and to help other species. So look deeper into our ways, and you can understand how we can survive in a sustainable manner. This is one right here. Corn, beans, and squash. Three sisters.
So when you guys come visit the garden, make sure you check out some of the art that's been done by our students. This one was done by Taylor Sanders. He's a student here at the Tribal College. We have more to come. We actually just got a grant recently to buy supplies so the students can start putting art out here. We usually have free plants available when people come out. We have a lot of tobacco in the greenhouse, and I think that makes a great gift. So anyone who's interested, we always, give them a tobacco plant to leave with. But everybody for watching Muskogee Gardening Series. Again, if you want to come out and visit the garden in person and ask some questions about gardening, our garden's open to the public every Thursday from 11 to 12 here at the College of the Muskogee Nation. Cucumbers, lots of tomatoes. We have Indian. This is our garden on campus. We have a lot of different stuff growing out here. We've got some Three Sisters beds, we've got gourds, cut flowers, cucumbers, lots of tomatoes. We have Indian melons, pumpkins, cantaloupe. We have a medicinal plants bed out here also with tobacco, yarrow, different medicinal plants. One of our master gardeners is a pepper expert, and he gave us these really cool purple ones. I haven't tried them. I don't know if they're hot yet, but they look nice. Our ultimate goal out here with the garden and the greenhouse is obviously to teach students. We're on a college campus, so we're going to teach them different gardening techniques. A lot of students don't have access to a greenhouse ever, so it's good to get them in here and get that experience for them. On a larger scale, our ultimate goal is to start a Muskogee heirloom seed program. So we're growing a lot of culturally significant plants in here, tobacco. We have a couple purple whole peas, pumpkins, different kinds of corn. So we want to start the plants in here, get them out into the garden and harvest the seed, and eventually distribute that out to Muskogee people, especially people who live in rural areas who don't have access to a lot of grocery stores or community gardens. We want to provide that for them while also teaching the students at the same time. You know, we all know plants need water, but plants also need food. Plants need nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and different chemical elements in order to grow. Ideally, you would fertilize when you notice nutrient deficiencies in your plants. So when you're looking for deficiencies in your plants, you're gonna notice nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium right away. So for nitrogen deficient plants, you're gonna see this, the yellowing of older. This leaf is at the bottom, it's an older leaf. That's a dead giveaway of nitrogen deficiency. For phosphorus deficiency, you're gonna see something like this. It's gonna be purple of those older, lower leaves. It usually starts on the edges, on the margins, and moves toward the middle. And then for potassium, it's kind of similar to both of these, but you're just gonna see yellowing of the older leaves, but instead of starting on the leaf, it's gonna start in the leaf veins. So once you notice your deficiencies, you're probably gonna be curious about what types of fertilizers you can use. So there's commercial fertilizers and organic fertilizers. Commercial fertilizers are what you can buy at the store usually. There's gonna be slow release, like this. Osmocote is a really popular slow release fertilizer. It's gonna come in granules just like this. Basically, you would sprinkle this on the surface of your soil, and these are gonna slowly degrade and release nutrients into your soil. You can also buy liquid fertilizers like Super Thrive. These usually come in a grow and a bloom variety, so one for when your plant is small and a seedling, and then once it's big and flowering and fruiting. Liquid fertilizers are more readily available to the plant, so you're not gonna have to wait for a liquid fertilizer to break down and degrade into the soil. The roots are gonna be ready to absorb this up. For organic fertilizers, there's things like bone meal, wood ash, compost, regular gardening debris. Those are also good sources of fertilizer. Just like the Osmocote, you're gonna have to wait for those to degrade and break down in your soil before it's available to the plant. The amount of nutrition you're gonna get from an organic fertilizer is gonna be slightly lower than what you're gonna get in a commercial fertilizer, but it's more natural and it is better for building up your soil. Once you're in the store buying your commercial fertilizers, you're gonna pick based on your deficiency. All fertilizer labels list the same order of ratio. So the first number is going to be N, nitrogen, P, phosphorus, K, potassium. It'll be the same order on every label, every nutrient. So this particular nutrient has 7 parts of nitrogen by weight, 9 parts of phosphorus by weight, and 5 parts of potassium by weight. So this fertilizer has more phosphorus than anything else. So if you're buying fertilizer for phosphorus deficiency, this would be a good choice because it has a lot of phosphorus. So if you're seeing those yellow edges on your plants, this would be a good choice to correct that deficiency. I'm going to show you guys how to mix fertilizer, just so you make sure you're giving your plants the right amount. You don't want to over fertilize because that could damage your plants. It could cause irreversible damage to your plants, but it can also make your soil salty, which is also damaging to plants. So one of the things I recommend getting is one of these. This is called an EC meter, an electrical conductivity meter. It's basically a way to measure how much nutrients is in your water so that you're not overfeeding and you're feeding enough. You can find these on Amazon. I think this one was like $90, but there's cheaper versions of it. So most commercial fertilizers come with recommendations, usually in tablespoons or milliliters, of how much you should add. I usually eyeball it because I've done this a lot. So I just do small amounts. This is probably more than enough for this pitcher. Just a splash. And we'll add some water. Give it a good mix. This device makes it really easy to measure the amount of nutrients, so you'll just stick it in. I always go by EC, electrical conductivity, and it's gonna flash. So right now it's flashing between 6 and 8, which means it's 0.7. Ideally for plants in your garden, you're going to want to go 1.0 to 1.5. That should be plenty. Anything below that is also acceptable. Anything above that might damage your plants, so I wouldn't go above 1.5. So we'll just do a little bit more. And we're at 1.0, so that's perfect. So now we'll take this out to the garden and we'll fertilize some of our plants. So this bed is full of tomatoes. They're still in a vegetative phase or the leafy phase. There's not a lot of flowers. So this is hopefully gonna help with that. We've already mulched this bed, so one helpful thing to do is just move your mulch to the side so you can see the soil. And then I just pour the fertilizer directly around the root zone of the plant. Give it a good drink. Push the mulch back over and move on to the next plant. So when fertilizing your garden, one thing you want to avoid is over-fertilizing or applying too much fertilizer or applying fertilizer too often. Over-fertilizing can cause nutrient burn on your plants, or it can cause the leaves on your plants to turn brown and crispy, and that kind of damage is irreversible. Over-fertilizing can also damage your soil, so it can cause your soil to become salty, which is also damaging to plants. So there's commercial fertilizers like the slow release Osmocote and the liquid Super Thrive. There's also organic fertilizers like compost, bone meal, wood ash, different things like that. The good thing about organic fertilizers is that they improve your soil quality. A downside to an organic fertilizers is that they require soil microbes to break them down in order to be available to the plants. So it takes a little while for organic fertilizers to be available to your plants. Also, the quantities of nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus in organic fertilizers is a little bit lower than in a commercial fertilizer. So if you're trying to correct a nitrogen deficiency or a phosphorus deficiency, it's going to be a little more difficult with an organic fertilizer because it takes so long and because the ratios are so low. There are certain things in your compost or certain organic matter that is high in things like phosphorus. I want to say things like ashes, bone meal, eggshells, things like that are going to be a good source of phosphorus and potassium for your plants.
It's Jay. I'm glad all of you are able to watch this. So I want to talk about your hiji. That Heska hiji, hojifo what it does. They used to call this a long time ago, but today we call it hiji. But anyway, this is a thing. The stories, Muskogee story, is that this is all about love. There was a time when a man and a woman, young couple, got together, and then wherever they laid, there was a plant like this that grew up. And the man would go by there, and every time he's on his way to the ceremonies, he would get a leaf. And then later on, these flowers started coming, and people were beginning to taste it, and they liked it, and they wanted to give it a warrior name, and this is how they decided to give it Heshka Julie name. So that, but later on they call it Hiji, but it's all about love, and it's the origin of it. It's love. And so from there on, the history is that they would always share this with other tribes whenever they created an alliance. And they made their nation stronger with creating confederacies and things. Yadundos yet Heskajuli Hiji Madowadidundos. She and Ajak Dodidos. So they helped themselves with this plant here. It's beautiful.
Hello everybody for watching Muskogee Gardening Series. If you want to come out and get some hands-on experience, do some hands-on gardening, we'll be here at the College of the Muskogee Nation in the garden every Thursday throughout the growing season from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Overfeed until they die. This is the Muskogee Gardening Series. Today our topic is going to be insects in your garden, both pests and beneficials. So plants and insects have a very special relationship, so it's only natural that you're going to find insects in your garden. So today we're going to start by covering some of the pests, some of the bad insects in your garden. One that's extremely super common that you're almost guaranteed to find every year is aphids. They're typically green, small, soft-bodied insects. Sometimes when they're really mature, they're more orange or yellow. But one way you can identify aphids is basically just looking at the overall health of your plant. If you have any leaves that are kind of curling or damaged like this, what I would do is just flip that over and you're almost guaranteed to find some aphids on the other side. Aphids feed on plant sap, so that's why they're damaging the leaf of your plant. They also can transmit plant diseases, so that could potentially wipe out your entire garden or your entire crop. And aphids will feed on just about anything. These are tomato plants that have aphids, but they'll feed on vines, they'll feed on flowers, they'll feed on cucumbers, anything like that. They're really not picky when it comes to their host plant. If you do find aphids in your garden and you have a pretty severe infestation, one thing you can do to manage it is beneficial insects. So ladybugs are good beneficial for aphids, usually in their larvae stage, so not with the cute red spotted ladybugs that we see, but before they reach that stage of maturity, they feed on aphids. Ladybug larvae can feed on up to 5,000 aphids a day. So you can buy ladybugs online and release them into your garden. Another thing you can do is like a mineral oil-based spray. These oil-based sprays are usually organic. You can even buy like essential oil-based sprays like thyme oil or mint oil, things like that. Those oils are going to penetrate the body of the aphid because they're so soft, and they're basically going to suffocate it from the inside out. So you can also do that. Whenever you are using sprays, it's important to be careful because you want to make sure that you're following the label on the spray. You don't want to spray too late to where your tomatoes aren't going to be edible. You don't want to spray at the wrong time of day where you're going to burn your plants. And you don't want to spray too much to where you'll damage your plants, or too little to where you're not even going to harm the bugs at all. So another common garden insect you're going to see is squash bugs. These bugs not only attack squash, but basically any vining plant, pumpkins, cucumbers, watermelons, cantaloupes, any kind of vining plant a squash bug is going to find. I feel like squash bugs are also almost inevitable at any garden, especially because they overwinter in the garden. So for squash bugs, what you're going to look for is just, again, unhealthy looking damage. Another thing you can look for is eggs. So for squash bugs, you're going to look for these gray, tall, fast moving, solid bugs. They're really ugly. Squash bugs feed on the sap of plants. They feed on the vine, they feed on the flower, they feed on the fruit, they feed on the leaf. And their saliva is actually toxic to plants. That's why they kill them. And they can take out a whole vine within a week or two. And once the whole vines start to die, then they start feeding on the fruit. So you can literally lift up one of your melons and you'll see like a family of squash bugs underneath them. Squash bugs are a little bit harder to manage because their bodies are so hard, they're so dense. It's really hard for any kind of spray or anything to penetrate in there. One thing we've been doing at our garden to manage squash bugs is just every day we come out here and we check our plants. We look on the underside of the leaves and we kill any eggs we find, we kill any babies, any adults that we find with our hands, just because it's so difficult to kill them with sprays. Another suggestion I've seen is birds and bird feeders. So if you attract birds to your garden, the birds will eat the squash bugs. In one of our garden beds, we actually let our chickens kind of free range out there, and that's an effort to manage the squash bugs. So another pest that you might find in your garden, this one is actually pretty common on indoor or house plants also, are thrips. Thrips are tiny, almost microscopic, oval, soft-bodied insects. They're going to be found on the underside of leaves. They also like to hang out in the leaf veins or leaf margins. So if you just look along your leaf veins, that's where you're going to find thrips. To identify thrip damage, one thing you can look for is just kind of like a silvery patchy damage on your leaves. Thrips like to feed on new growth. They like to feed on that new flower buds, new leaves, new stems, anything new. Thrips like to feed on that. So you're going to want to check your new growth, and you're also just going to want to kind of look for that silvery patchy damage on your leaves. Thrips are actually a little bit easy to manage because they're so small and so soft that spiders, maybe even a assassin bug, something like that, could very easily eat a thrip. A variety of sprays, whether it's neem oil or thyme oil or something like that, is also very effective against thrips because they're so small and soft-bodied. And they don't really necessarily damage your fruit. So if you're growing tomatoes or these are beans, they're not really going to damage our beans, but they're going to damage the flowers that our beans come from. So that's why thrips are so important. Some more common garden insects that you might find, we don't have any examples in our garden right now, but tomato hornworm is another common garden pest. It's called tomato hornworm, but it actually feeds on a wide variety of plants. Tomato hornworm damage looks like just big holes in your leaves. A tomato hornworm can actually take down an entire plant in a day. So you're going to want to identify their damage fairly quickly. Tomato hornworms are usually black and white striped. If they're disturbed, you can kind of rub on their head and they'll literally grow out little horns. So that's how you can identify what they look like. If you do find tomato hornworms in your garden, you can use a spray like this, BT, Bacillus thuringiensis. This is a beneficial bacteria. Basically, this is going to coat your leaves. The hornworms are going to eat it, and it's going to have a reaction with their digestive system to where it's just going to cause them to overfeed until they die. Another common garden pest you might see are mealybugs. Mealybugs are common on indoor plants also. Mealybug damage just kind of looks similar to aphid damage, where your leaves are just kind of curly and they look unhealthy. You flip over the leaf and you'll see a colony of just white, fuzzy, moving spots. Those are usually mealybugs. Mealybugs can be controlled with, again, a mineral oil spray. This is an example of a good mineral oil spray. The ingredients are peppermint oil, lemongrass oil, basically very fragrant oils. Those are typically really good for, again, getting into the bodies of the insects and kind of suffocating them from the inside out. So this would be a good option for mealybugs, thrips, aphids, things like that. Again, you want to make sure you're going by the label and you're spraying it correctly and you're spraying it at the correct time. Another common garden pest you might see are spider mites. Spider mites are microscopic, so they're kind of hard to see with the naked eye unless the infestation is severe. Then you can see a colony of spider mites. Their damage just literally looks like webs across your plants. It's going to be webs with colonies of tiny moving bugs. Spider mites can be controlled with, again, a mineral oil spray, or you can even buy microscopic mites, beneficial mites, to release into your garden. Beneficials are more commonly used, purchased and used in indoor operations because you can't really control where they go whenever they're outdoors. So aside from spraying and purchasing beneficial insects, there's some other management strategies that you can use to deter pests from your garden. One is called companion planting. This is basically just planting a variety of crops together in the same area. One example is marigolds. So putting marigolds in your garden, whether it's in between your rows of crops or just kind of scattered in your garden like this, marigolds actually attract ladybugs and ladybug larvae, so they're going to bring more ladybugs to your garden, which in turn is going to reduce your aphid population. Another good example of companion planting is incorporating herbs into your garden beds. Those fragrant plants like thyme, mint, parsley, cilantro, those typically deter pests away from your garden because they don't like the strong scent. So maybe planting a border of thyme in your garden bed or just putting some mint here or there in between your plants is going to help reduce your pest population. Not all insects are bad for your garden. There are some insects that are actually beneficial. This is either because they pollinate or because they eat or hunt the bugs that are damaging to your garden. One good example and one common example is praying mantis. Praying mantis are beneficial because they'll eat the aphids, they'll eat the squash bugs, they'll eat just about anything. One downside to praying mantises is that they'll actually eat some of your pollinators and your other beneficial insects as well. Another good beneficial are green lacewings. Green lacewings, they move pretty fast through your garden, so they're kind of hard to see, but they're a green bug with wings that look lacy, hence their name. But those are also good predatory insects to have in your garden. Assassin bugs are also a good common one. They look kind of similar to a squash bug, but they have a stinger on the back on their butt. Squash bugs will also eat just about anything, even your beneficials. We actually found an assassin bug in the garden the other day and it had just killed a spider. So those ones are pretty gnarly. Also, pollinators. Pollinators, they don't really attack or eat other bugs, but they're essential and they are beneficial to our garden because they help pollinate our flowers, and that's where we get our fruits. Some common pollinators you might see are bees, bumblebees, and honeybees. Lots of butterflies, hummingbirds, even flies pollinate. So another good way to deter pests from your garden is a method called banker plants. Banker plants are basically plants that you plant at the entrance or at the perimeter of your garden with the intention of the bugs are going to come in, they're going to stop at your banker plants, and they're not going to venture any further into your garden towards the crops that you actually want to save. So this is basically just starting a bed, starting a garden for the bugs, so that way they don't attack your good plants.
So one of the things that we become aware of when we get to growing food is these little bugs and things that come around. Some are helpful, and some they just want to eat. And they eat a lot too, and you let them go. In the past, I remember talking to my uncle about the foods that he grew in his like an acre wide garden, and many species. He grew tobacco, and this was way back in the early 60s when I saw him growing all this stuff. And I loved it. I loved his garden. I'd play in there, play with the corn, mess around with them, break them, and get in trouble. And that's how I learned. Well, get wiser that way. So the intent that I asked him about his planting process, and he just told me that's just the way he does it. Then I talked to his son later on about his methods, and he said that he planted a whole section of food for himself, and then he set aside another section for the other species, and told them, this is yours, this is over here is mine, so we share here. And so they never messed with his main garden, his food, but they were happy over here. I don't know how that works out, but having faith, love, humility, and this is one of the ways that I feel that we relate to other species in this world. This web of life, we call it. Achaga, they refer to the sacredness of these things, and that each species depends on the air, the water, the elements that we are made of is the same. So we have our relationship as being equal and being able to communicate with these things, like the corn. Of course, the Muskogee people understand our relationship to the corn. At the same time, we have the relationship that includes other species that rely on our activities. So having that connection, humility, with humility, that we have a good life ahead of us. Not only of the plant itself, but the plant becomes part of us, one plant. So moi no gashte, imajajaga they call it, the sacredness of all things. Imajajaga.
Widow for watching today's episode of the Muskogee Gardening Series. Our garden is open to the public every Thursday from 11 to 12 here at the College of the Muskogee Nation. Today's gardening topic is cut flowers. So we're going to start with identifying some cut flowers that grow well in Oklahoma. As you can see, we have some lush zinnias around our fountain. This variety was actually bred for Oklahoma, so it's an Oklahoma zinnia variety. They're not native to Oklahoma, but they just do really well here, and they attract a lot of pollinators. We also have some cosmos. We'll do these ones, they look better. We also have cosmos. These also do really well in Oklahoma and make a great cut flower. They come in a wide variety of colors. There's pink, there's orange, there's white, yellow, all different kinds. We also have forget-me-nots. These are really cute because they're blue. Blue flowers are kind of rare, so cut forget-me-not, a great blue cut flower. We also have a lot of marigolds. These do well in Oklahoma. These are also a good companion plant because they attract ladybugs. So these are good summer varieties to grow in Oklahoma. There's also varieties that do well in the spring, like tulips, daffodils, irises, things like that you can grow in the spring and get some cool season cuts from those. So when cutting flowers, you just want to make sure that you're cutting properly to maximize the vase life, so that way you can enjoy your flowers for longer indoors. One important thing whenever cutting flowers is you want to make sure, obviously, that you're getting a good length, but also you want to make sure you're cutting in between two nodes. So these are nodes, it's just areas of new growth that come off of the stem. Here's some more nodes right here. So you can tell this is going to grow into a whole new stem and a whole new flower. So you want to make sure you cut just above the nodes. Right here, this is a perfect place to cut because it splits into two nodes. So you'll cut right above it. So that way the plant is still going to grow and generate more flowers. If you just cut it at a random spot in the plant, it might damage it and they'll probably stop growing there. So once you have your flower cut, I usually cut all of the lower and big leaves off just so they don't sit in the water. Anything that's sitting in the water is going to cause bacteria growth and it's just going to shorten the vase life of your flowers. I'll usually leave the very top two, or sometimes I'll cut those off as well. And then very important, before you put it in the vase, you're going to want to make sure you cut your flower at a 45-degree angle, like that. This is going to expose the insides of the flower. This is where the flower is going to absorb all the water. So cutting it at an angle just gives it more surface area, more space to absorb water, and that's just going to maximize your vase life also. One important thing to note is you don't want to fill your vase up too much. This one actually has too much water in it for me. I like to fill my vase up like maybe a third of the way to halfway. You don't want to fill it up too much because that just might lead to more bacteria growth on your flowers. And you also don't want any floating debris in there. That's just going to help maximize the vase life. The flowers really don't need a whole lot of water. They really just need enough to cover the very bottom. These are Muskogee peaches is what we're calling them. Vernon Courtright, he had seedlings of these. Apparently this variety of peach was brought from Georgia on the Trail of Tears by Muskogee people. So we got a seedling of it and now we're growing it here at the college. And this is the first year that it has peaches on it, so it's really exciting. So Oklahoma is home to a wide variety of wildflowers, especially in the spring and summertime. And those can also be added to your arrangement. It's important when harvesting wildflowers to make sure that you're doing it respectfully. So that's kind of what we're going to cover right now. First things first, you always want to make sure you have permission to be on the property where you're cutting your wildflowers. You don't want to just go taking a random person's wildflowers. You also, when cutting, kind of like we did in the garden, you just want to make sure, especially when you're cutting wildflowers, that you cut in between the nodes just above the leaf. So that way the wildflowers continue to regenerate. You don't want to just go out here and start damaging plants and cutting their flowers off. Another important thing to note when harvesting wildflowers or just wild plants in general is to leave some behind. You don't want to take all of the wildflowers. You want to leave some behind for other people or for other animals, other insects. You also don't want to take the best and the prettiest ones. So I always choose like the second or third prettiest ones and leave the best one behind because you don't want to be greedy. You just want to save that one for nature, for the animals. This one that I'm cutting right now is goldenrod. It's a native wildflower in Oklahoma. Really good for pollinators, really pretty, and it does great as a cut flower. And I'm just cutting those lower leaves off that are would probably be sitting in the water if I left them on. Let's get some of these purple ones. This one is some kind of thistle. I'm not sure which one, but this is also great for pollinators, and it's really pretty. It makes a good cut flower. Some other good wildflower varieties that grow in Oklahoma would be black-eyed Susan. There's some wild yarrow that grows out here. There's some wild parsley with some really small white flowers that looks really pretty. Indian paintbrush, which is the state flower, is also a great cut flower. Not a flower, but this is some kind of foxtail. It's growing out of some grass, but these also look really cute in arrangements. They're not as showy and colorful as what we would expect with flowers, but they just add like a really nice rustic touch to your arrangements. Or not only are flowers important for an arrangement, but greenery also is an important part. It's just going to help the flowers pop. When using herbs, it's going to add a little bit of fragrance to your arrangement. Also, herbs are a great option for greenery in your arrangement just because they respond so well to being cut. They smell good and they just look pretty. So when harvesting herbs, it's kind of the same way. You want to make sure that you cut just above the nodes to encourage more growth. And again, you're just going to take those lower leaves off that would be sitting in the water and just put them in. I think growing flowers and herbs is a great option for gardeners, especially if you haven't had any luck growing vegetables. Herbs are really good because you can grow a lot in a small space. This bed right here has 7 different kind of herbs in it, so you can fit a lot of herbs in a small bed or a container. You can also grow them indoors or outdoors. They grow really well in both environments. If you're growing them indoors, you're likely to get continued production all year long. They probably won't flower or go to seed like these. Herbs are also great for repelling bugs. So if you add herbs to your garden, add herbs to your flower beds, it's just going to help keep some of the bugs away. Bugs don't really like these fragrant, strong smelling plants. And then some herbs also have medicinal benefits. So things like mint you can use if you have digestion issues. You can use like a mint tea and it'll help with that. Rosemary is good for improving memory. When I was in college, I used to take some rosemary from campus and just sniff it while I studied and did my homework. Lavender, which we have over here, is good for insomnia, or if you're just having trouble relaxing. The aroma of lavender has like a sedative effect on most people. And then when you're growing herbs, most of them grow well from seed. So like mint, parsley, fennel, those are going to grow really well from seed. Slower, like woody herbs like lavender or rosemary, things like that, you're probably going to want to buy from the store because growing it from seed just takes so long. We have a rosemary plant right here. We started this one in March, and this is how big it is, and it's July now. So rosemary is a good one. I would recommend purchasing it from the store instead of trying to grow it from seed because it's so slow growing. Beautiful.
Today is the focus on the flowers and herbs and how the Muskogee people utilize these things in order to better their lives. And we are all familiar with these big plants like the corn and how that species in general helps us to maintain our way of life. And now is the green corn ceremony time. And so a lot of the herbs are being harvested for that purpose. It's a cleansing process for the new year. And so the relationship the Muskogee people have on the plants that are used in the mixture here, one of the ingredients, is like the Mikohonija, snake roots, and the bergamot, bee balm, and other plants that they put in there for specific purposes that they want an outcome for the people who are partaking in the ceremonies. So a lot of it also involves songs, and many times it is accompanied by a dance. And so we fulfill these things because there are those that can see, seers, I would say, that looking at the people, they notice that there is something that needs to be addressed, the way that they're behaving. And a lot of times it's through, we use our medicines in order to put that in ourselves so that we become balanced and in harmony. And so this is a time when we're supposed to let go of all these things that bother us, but it's through the use of the herbs, and that helps us. It cleanses us. So these are some of the things that I wanted to just bring out about the relationship that we have. There are times and stories that sometimes there's illness that comes upon our land, mainly because we've abused a certain species, and that's the understanding of our people. The traditional ecological knowledge is the idea that we are impacting the rest of life in general. What we do has an impact on this web of life, and that understanding that you walk in the sacred way, that once you see that you have witnesses looking at you all around you, then you know that you walk in a good way, so that the species respect you and you respect them. And that lack of respect is what they say causes these great illnesses from animals or a plant species, or a variety of plant species that do cause sickness to its own people. And also they can heal. That's how that relationship that we have. Ajagi duirisha, Hishakta Ajagi. Hishakta is life in general. And so that's what we look at. And respecting all life.
Mado for watching today's gardening series episode. You can come visit our garden in person every Thursday from 11 to 12 here at the College of the Muskogee Nation. Today's gardening topic is harvesting. So we're going to talk about when your vegetables are ready to harvest and what you can do with them after harvest. So we're going to start with corn, which is a staple in Muskogee diet. This particular corn is Potawatomi white corn. We got the seeds from the Muskogee Food Sovereignty Initiative. So whenever you're ready to harvest, one thing you're going to look for is these brown and dry silks. Brown and dry silks mean that your corn is probably ready for harvest. If the silks are still sticky and kind of gold or pink or yellow like this one, your corn probably isn't ready. One sure way you can check to see if it's ready is if you just start pulling some of the ears back and expose the kernels. You'll just poke one of those kernels with your fingernail, and if it's white and milky like this, that means it's ready. If it's clear and watery, that means it's not ready. And if you poke it and no substance comes out at all, it's probably overripe. So once you determine your corn is ready, you're just gonna wanna twist it off of the corn stalk so that way you don't damage any other corn growing around it. So just keep twisting until it comes off. And you can leave it in the husk or you can take it off. I'll go ahead and take this off just so we can see. So Sometimes with your corn, we have some examples over here. This is a rainbow corn that we grew. Sometimes your cob will have some kernels and some not. This usually means that either your corn wasn't fully pollinated. In this case, I think our corn might have been too spaced out and it didn't get fully pollinated. This is also a sign of stress. So if your corn was experiencing severe drought, extreme heat, bugs, any kind of stressful conditions, sometimes your corn will literally abort its own kernels just to preserve energy. So that could also be what's happening. Next we'll go to beans. So for beans, one thing you're gonna wanna look for is the firmness. So this one, it's still a little bendy, but not as bendy as this one. You're also gonna compare size. So this one is obviously bigger, thicker, and more lumpy than this one. So I would say this one is ready. With beans, it's important to harvest them at peak maturity. You don't want to harvest them too early or too late. And you can just twist them off. So this is a bean that's a little too mature. It turned white. This one's probably no good. And you can see how much bigger and thicker it is than a not ready bean. And beans are good in the fridge, I would say for 5 to 10 days max. If you put them in the crisper. So these are our Roma tomatoes. When harvesting tomatoes, one of the main things you're gonna wanna look for is the color. I always say if at least like 2/3 of the tomato is red, then it's ready to harvest. You can also just tell by how easily it comes off the plant. So like this one, I would say it's not quite ready because it's not 2/3 red. Here's another one. It looks good. If you want to harvest green tomatoes, I would say just harvest when they barely start turning red. So like this would be a good one to harvest. You can tell it's kind of starting to get that orangish red tint. So if you're harvesting for green tomatoes, this would be a good one. Tomatoes continue to ripen off of the vine. So whenever you pull it just a little bit early, it's going to continue to ripen for a few days. And then tomatoes can be stored at room temperature or in the fridge for, I'd say, about 5 to 7 days after harvest. So next we'll do peppers. Most peppers start out green like this. This is also when they're not as hot. As time goes on, the peppers mature, they're going to turn red, orange, yellow, purple, whatever the end result color is supposed to be. As peppers mature, they also get hotter. So you want to keep that in mind when harvesting. Sometimes peppers will turn from green to black and then to their mature color. That's totally normal. That usually means that they're just exposed to really high heat or to a lot of sun. But your peppers will usually be fine. Here's one that's kind of turning black. So it'll just turn black and then red. That just means the pepper is exposed to some stressful conditions. So for cucumbers, you're just gonna wanna harvest, I say when they're about 6 to 8 inches long, and you wanna make sure you harvest before they turn yellow, just for the best taste. This one is perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it off. There's another one over here. This one's kind of starting to turn yellow, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull it. Cucumbers, I would say, are good like 3 to 5 days if you store them in the fridge. One thing I've been doing to extend the shelf life of my cucumbers is I bought perforated bags off Amazon. They're just like kind of like a plastic bag with little holes in them. That has really maximized the life of my cucumbers after harvest. We also have some okra over here. Okra matures really, really, really fast, so you can probably harvest this every day if you have some. This okra pod right here is perfect. It's about medium size. See how it's slightly bigger than that one? So you'll just twist that off. If you let your okra get too mature and too long, kind of like this one, it's just going to be rough and kind of fibrous, and it won't be as good. So you want to make sure you harvest it at the right size. And okra matures really, really fast, so you want to keep an eye on it. So for cantaloupes, one of the telltale signs that it's ready is the color. This one, I would say, is almost ready. It's still got some green in it, but you can see where it's starting to turn like an orangish yellow tint. That's usually a telltale sign that it's ready. You can also smell it, and if this cantaloupe smell is really, really strong and the cantaloupe is yellow or orange, it's probably ready. You can see this one, it's a small one, but it's still got a lot of green, not even close to being ready. So with watermelons, it's kind of tricky to tell whenever they're ready because there's so many things to consider and so many different varieties of watermelon. So I just kind of like to look for a bunch of different signs to see if it's ready. One thing is this curly tendril right here. This is what connects the watermelon to the stem. There's usually a tendril right above that, this curly thing. If this is still green, your watermelon's probably not ready. When your watermelon is ripe and ready, this will turn brown, and sometimes it'll even shrivel up and fall off. That's one telltale sign for most varieties of watermelon. Another thing you can do is flip it over and see where the watermelon meets the ground. It's still pretty green on this one, but it'll usually turn yellow or maybe like white on most varieties. That's also a sign that it's ready. For some lighter colored watermelons like this one, it can be kind of hard to tell judging by that spot. But as you can see, the tendril's starting to turn brown, but there's still some green in it, so it's definitely not ready. If there's still any green in the tendril, your watermelon probably isn't ready. We tried vertical growing our watermelons, so we put this one in a sling just to take some of the weight off of the vine. But as you can see, her tendril is still really green also. We don't have any squash in our garden anymore. The squash bugs unfortunately got all of our squash. But squash is going to kind of be similar to cucumbers in terms of harvesting. You're going to want to harvest it when it's about 6 to 8 inches long, when it's a really bright yellow if you're growing in the yellow squash, and when the outside is still kind of soft. If your squash is hard and solid, it's probably overripe. You still want it to be a little soft before harvest. Also, if you're growing your vegetables from seed, most crops take about 60 to 90 days or 2 or 3 months to reach full maturity and harvest point, so you're going to want to plan accordingly. Most of our seeds were started in March and it's July, and we're just now getting to a point where we're steady harvesting every single day, and it's been about 3 or 4 months now. So most of your vegetables post-harvest can be stored for up to 5 to 7 days in the fridge or at room temperature. Again, I recommend buying perforated bags for produce. That's just going to help extend the life of your vegetables, whether they're room temperature or in the fridge. You can also look into canning some of your vegetables. It's actually a really simple process, and we'll probably have some classes on that here at the college. But you can can, your cucumbers, your beans, your tomatoes, things like that, and that's going to also extend the shelf life of your produce after harvest.
It's aji honditos. Yet in dagi dundos yet. So when we were talking about harvest, and specifically this corn at this time, harvest time during the summer here. Most times when we harvest things, it's like during early in the morning before you touch water or eat or anything. You go out and take some of this, especially like about now when there's green corn ceremonies going on everywhere. This is for the sacred acts of of our people, respecting this tree. We call it, some people call it tree of life for the Muskogee. And then this corn way has given our population a great boost at one time, and making our nations much stronger. We honor that today when we harvest the corn, and then we fast when we initiate it into our communities, like the beans and other foods that we have songs for. But this is one that has been initiated, so to speak, in our Muskogee ways during the green corn ceremonies. So this is one of the things. When we begin to harvest all of it, we begin to wrap it and store it for the winter. But all of it has a sacred purpose. And many times we forget about the sacredness of it all because of our fast-paced world today. But we've got to step back and look at what provided our nation some sustenance and growth, and it has been this corn. Although we've evolved in understanding how to use it and how our bodies process the corn in and of itself, we add a little bit of wood ash to it. So this is one of the ways that our indigenous science has evolved in understanding how food works with us. And we honor this big, beautiful plant. Madio. Yeah, this one here, especially this one's getting really tall. These Chapchagidoidandos are very long, tall, 16 feet tall when everything is done properly. But they're still growing though. Gagi Bostos. So join us when we have our fall time celebration. We'll bring some of our good produce out and share with everybody.
Mado for watching today's gardening series. You can come to the garden on campus at the College of the Muskogee Nation every Thursday from 11 to 12 and visit our garden in person.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. We had a request to go back. We're in the chat. We were talking about the results coming in and so on and so forth. Real quick, while I've got this up, let me pop this up. Or hold on. No. Okay. Lord. This Apple TV app, I'm not a fan. Okay. In the chat, we were talking about the constitutional amendment that's on the ballot. And I was telling everybody, we actually voted on this in 2012 and it got voted down. And the reason I know that is because we had another outlet contact us a couple of weeks ago or something. They were trying to find that information and I went and hunted it up from our archive. So I'm going to take you guys kind of like where I went, and then you can see the chain of stuff. Okay, so I'm going to pop this up. Right now, we're looking at the election board's Facebook page. I'm going to refresh it real quick and make sure we don't have any results that have just popped up. No. Okay, so let me see. Where do I need to go first? So on the also we were asking about last election's voter turnout, and I think it's down here. Here we go. No, this is registered voters. So we got this list of the registered voters. Where was that? Maybe they don't have that on here. I thought that was on this page. You guys in the chat, if you know exactly where the last election's numbers were, pop it in the chat and I'll pull it up. I thought it was right here on this page, but I think they've moved stuff around and I'm not seeing it. This is the election board's page. Let me see if I'll make it a little bigger. Not that big. Okay, so if you guys know where it's at the bottom, all the way at the bottom, Jeff. 20. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the general. So let me go back and check the primary, because that will be, you know, no. So totals here, it looks like, okay, let me go back to the general because that's all mixed too. So it looks like it's going to be like 3,200 or something based on these results. Let me keep going down. Maybe I missed something. No. Okay, well, we'll come back to it. I don't see it the exact numbers right now, but we looked at the last primary and the last general. It looks like it's about 3,200, 3,300. What I wanted to do, though, was, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. So if we go down here and we see these, we can see here that there was a special primary in 2012. Was it the special primary or was it the special general? I think it was the special general. Maybe it was this one. Yes. Okay, so we see here that on Saturday, July 7th, 2012, there was a proposed constitutional amendment, and it did not get 66% there. You see at the bottom, it got 64, so it did not pass. Now, I don't know why they're not saying yes or no, like with a check mark there to tell us it didn't pass, but it didn't pass. So we got, Muskogee Media got contacted by another news outlet that was asking what was this constitutional amendment, and I was kind of, just out of the goodness of my heart, and because I was curious, going to go back and hunt that down. Hold on. So somebody is telling me stuff. Okay. So let's go find it on the Muskogee Media website. So if you guys didn't know, you can go to our website. There's this tab, Archives. You can go to Newspaper Archives. We want to go down and we want to find 2012. We're going to go down here. Here's 2012, right? You click that. And then we want to go to July 15th. Be quiet. July 15th. I think, is this it? I think this is it. And then when we go in there, we'll see that over in this corner, there's results. And it says, I don't know if you guys can see that there. Let me see if I can highlight. Yeah, here we go. A constitutional referendum, A67, was not passed during the special election. The referendum would have restored the original language of the 1979 Muskogee Creek Nation Constitution, requiring voters to declare a home district to be able to vote in that particular district. And then it says the amendment earned 64.21% of the total 1,548 votes, but failed to reach the required 2/3 majority. So there you go, guys. That's just for your information. We voted on it in 2012. It didn't meet the threshold. It got really close. But it didn't make it then. And let me go back to the Election Board's Facebook, and we'll see if there is any updates. Oh, here we go. We got something, guys. They just posted, we will be posting unofficial results here when they are ready to be posted. Mado. So I don't know if they're watching our live stream and seeing the chat, or maybe they might be getting Facebook messages from people saying, "Where are the results? Where are the results?" But they made a Facebook post telling us we all need to be patient and wait. And so that's what we should do. I'm going to check the chat here really good. It's hard to... yes. Don't have a Ryan Walters tech moment. Hope it's not connected to a streaming service. Yeah, we won't have any Ryan Walters tech moments here because I don't watch that stuff, so that's easy. Check that GeoTV. Yeah, TY Pro is talking about in the chat this video Jason did on the Creek Nation's Facebook page, trying to get people to get out and vote, and he showed some of the numbers from the 1979 Constitution or elections, which, or I think it was 81. It was around in there, showing that we have about the same number of voters. I think it's like 300. We did 300 less voters last election or something like that, which is great. And I like the video. The only problem that I had with that video was that video should have been posted back on the 9th or the 8th, because September 9th was the last day you could register to vote. So it's like telling everybody to go get registered to vote and go vote now. While I think you can do it, I do think there's a process where if you went to the polls today or in early voting, you could file a challenge ballot, even if you're not registered. It would have been better to post that video before the deadline to get registered to vote. Let's see here. Shouldn't be hard to get a Yes, I agree. Please be sure to compare how the absentee votes compared with those within the reservation. We can do that, David. Let's go here. And let's go here. Which election do you want to do, David? Do you want to do the most recent one, the 2023 primary or general? Let's start with the primary. We can look at this stuff while we're waiting on results to come in. Let me check this again. Make sure we don't have anything coming in. Nothing yet. Okay. So everybody is saying it's at the bottom. Just a second, guys. Let me scroll down here because everybody is telling me it's at the bottom, but I don't. I'm assuming you, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, you guys are talking about the 2023 primary election and 2023 general election that's at the bottom here. That's what we're looking at for the numbers. Let me pop them up and we'll talk about them if there's anything to say. Okay, so these are the total, or what am I looking at here actually? So to get the total number of voters for all these races, we would need to do this math really quick. Let me exit full screen and we'll just bring up a calculator. Oh shoot. This is the only computer that I don't have calculator on the front of the thing. Here we go. Let me just go ahead and put that. Go onto the dock. Sorry guys, I know you guys are really interested in watching me press these buttons and things. Okay, all right. So let's take, this is the primary election. No. Let's add these up, okay? It's not telling me the at large though. That's the problem. David, you wanted to see the at large numbers versus the on the res numbers. Hold on a second. I want to disambiguate here something, David, because you were asking, you asked, please be sure to compare how the absentee votes compared to those within the reservation. Just to clarify with you, David, I don't know if you know, but you can be in the reservation and vote absentee. In fact, a lot of people who live in the reservation actually vote absentee because they don't want to go down to the polls. They just want to get their ballot in the mail, fill it out, and send it back, right? So even if I don't see those numbers in that reporting from the election board, you know, like they're not breaking their votes up into the absentee and the district voters that went to the polling place. But even if they were, that wouldn't be an accurate representation of people who voted on the reservation and people who voted at large, right? That would just, you can vote and live in the reservation and vote absentee, if that makes sense. let's see here. If district voting passes, do voters who don't declare a district still get automatically enrolled in the Okmulgee district? Well, so Fuzzy Badfeet's asking a question here. They're asking if district voting passes. So if the amendment passes, do voters who don't declare a district still get automatically enrolled in the Okmulgee district? So let's go look and see if we can find that information out. So the first thing we can check, let me check their Facebook and see if we've got an update here real quick. Not yet, but people are making comments. They say, Tom Burtonette saying, great, please start posting as results come in. Will you be counting absentee ballots first? And I would say, you know, or can you guys see that? Is it too small? Anyway, let's go back here. So the first thing we can do to find out what the amendment we're going to vote on, there should be a printable, what's the word I'm looking for? A sample ballot. Let's see if they posted the sample ballot on here, because the sample ballot should have the language that is, I'm not seeing it there. Let me see if they posted it on their Facebook. Oh, this is going to be a problem because I can't scroll down without having a Facebook account. Sorry, guys. The sample ballot should have what the, here it is, 2025 sample ballot. Sorry it took me so long to find that. So what we're voting on, and this is why I brought this up, is Fuzzy Badfeet was asking about the district voting. So what we're voting on is literally verbatim going to be on the ballot, and whatever if we vote for it, that language will be amended into the Constitution as soon as the results are made official after the challenge period and everything. But let's read it. Let me pop it up for you guys. So, National Council Referendum NCA 096, Article 4. Now, this is what's going to be put. The purpose of this proposition is as follows. Eligible voters vote in their district, yada, yada. Article 4, this is where they're going to change it. The principal chief shall appoint. I'm going to just scan through this really quick. But you guys saw where I got this, so you can read the whole thing if you want. I'm going to read and see if there's anywhere that it says that you're going to automatically be put into Okmulgee District. Here, it says, all citizens having legal residences outside the herein defined jurisdiction of the Muskogee Creek Nation shall declare a home district within the Muskogee Creek Nation, which shall be, I can't see because of that swirly thing, recognized, I'm assuming, as his legal residence for the purpose of voting in tribal elections. Okay? So, eligible voters having a legal residence in a district shall be allowed to vote in election for that district. Where else? I'm trying to see if they say anywhere that you're automatically going to be put in Okmulgee. Each representative, no. I don't see it in that language. It says the Muskogee Creek Nation Reservation as it geographically appeared in 1900 shall be divided into 8 districts corresponding, namely with counties of Creek, Hughes, Seminole, parentheses, Tuckabutchee, McIntosh, Muskogee, parentheses, Muskogee, Fusky, Seminole, so on and so forth. Okay, so that's what we voted on, okay? So the National Council, they could also, in addition, pass code with this. But that code will have, because this is a constitutional amendment, right? It can't counteract any of this language, right? So I guess they could pass code that says if you are an absentee voter and you haven't declared a district, you could get assigned to the Okmulgee district. But to see if that isn't there, we need to leave the sample ballot. Let me go back here. And I'm going to check this really quick, guys, while we're doing this. I'm just checking all the time to see if we get an update. No updates yet. So back here. Let me zoom out a little bit because it's a little too zoomed in. Okay. So any code that would assign you to a district should be in this new Title 19, what I was talking about at the start of the stream, this new code that got where they recodified everything to clean it up. So let's go in there and look. You got, let me zoom in a little bit. You got elections, organization of elections, registration, candidate for office, so on and so forth. I believe it would probably be, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, registration, right? Let's go to registration, section 4. Or actually, can I speed this up and go here? That's 2, 5. Sorry, I'm jumping around. Here we go. Okay. Is that sorry? Okay, so section 4-101, voter registration. Every person who is an enrolled citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation, according to the Constitution of the Muskogee Creek Nation, regardless of religion, creed, sex, shall be eligible to vote in tribal elections, provided that they are A, registered to vote in accordance with this chapter, and B, they are at least 18 years of age on the date of the election, with the registrant providing sufficient proof of the age to the election board. I'm just going to go down here and see if it says anything about automatically assigning you to Okmulgee. No, I don't see anything there. No. Okay, so I did not see anything in there that said you were going to automatically get assigned a district. So if it's not in the election code, right, and it's not in the amendment language that we've just voted on today, then that's probably not going to happen. If there could still be some code floating out there that's not in here, but I don't think that's the case, but it's possible. Let me check the chat here. Dodie Barnett is saying yes, automatically in Okmulgee. That is in the code. Hey, Dodie, where is that in the code? Do you know? Could you pop it into the chat? If you didn't already, just go ahead and pop it into the bottom, and I will pop it up for everybody else, and we can read it, because I'm not seeing that in here. Right? All right. Well, I'm waiting on, and if you guys don't know, Dodie is on the National Council, so she would know. Let me go back while we're waiting on that and see if there's any results. No. Let me go back up here and this is forms, voter registration. No. All valid voter identification cards, valid registration documents issued and or prepared prior to the effective date of this title, so on and so forth. Yes. Cancellation of registration, that's not what we're looking for. Let me go back to the top and see. Oh, maybe absentee voting. 10 is absentee voting. Let me go there. That's what I'm missing is the absentee voting. Here we go. Okay. Let me go back to the start of the absentee. Here we go. Absentee voting. This is it, guys. Let me pop this up. Workers request for absentee ballot. Let's start here. The election board will mail a request form to all who yada yada. Absentee ballots shall be provided. Absentee ballot request must be written. No, there's nothing in there. Subsection 4-101E. Dodie says it's in 4-101E. Let me go back in time and we will find that. 4-101, there is no E, okay? Here's where we are. 4-101, voter registration. Every person who, so on and so forth. It goes to D, but there's no E. So was that passed Dodie, was that passed in a separate code or somewhere? Because it looks like that didn't make it into the updated Title 19. Right? Let me pop myself back up there. No, this should be the repealed. This should be the new code. This is from the election board's page, right? So they've got the Title 19. And then if it got passed later, let me go to the Supreme Court's website. We'll look there. Code. No. Dodie says, whoa, I don't remember taking that out. Hold, please. I'm going to go to the Title 19 that's on the Supreme Court's website. And down here you see, well, hold on, you guys can't see. Let me pop it up. We're going to look at NCA 25-040, okay? Maybe the election board has the wrong code on their deal, right? Let's look and see. Somebody's made a boo-boo. Elections. Okay, so Dodie says it's in 4-101, so let's go on down here to 4-101. Sorry, guys. Oh, 103, 102. Yeah, 4-101, it's the same. So no E here, Dodie. So somebody made a boo-boo. Okay, regardless, guys, we have gone to the Supreme Court's website, we've gone to the Election Board's website, and you guys along with me, I haven't found anything anywhere that says you're going to automatically be assigned to Okmulgee District. Now, Dodie is saying that is in there, but she says it's in this section 4-101, section E. And as you guys can see, in both places, 4-101 only goes A, B, C, D. There isn't an E in there. So if Dodie finds it, knows where it is, or anybody else that's on the National Council or in Chief's Office or at the Election Board knows where that is, please let me know and let every citizen know, because I can't find anywhere that says you're going to be automatically assigned a district. Okay, let's go check their page and see if there's any results yet. No results yet. All right, I'm going to leave that code up on the browser in case we want to come back to this. I'm going to check the chat really quick. Don't see any questions here. Do you guys want to go back to Muskogee Gardening while we're waiting on results? I also have other playlists here that I put into the Apple TV thing. One of them is In Case You Missed It, which is like stomp dances from previous festivals. And then the other one is the What Is series, which is like a series of videos that we did. The What Is series playlist is like 43 minutes long, and then In Case You Missed It is like 4 hours long. So do you guys have a preference? Do you want to watch the garden? Do you want to pick back up with the gardening show? Or do you want to try one of these other playlists while we're waiting? Because we're still waiting on results here, guys. Let me check my Slack and see if anybody's DM'd me anything. Uh-oh. So, where am I at here? I don't know if I can read this on here. They're saying it's coming from Facebook. Oh, you guys want me to entertain you? All right. Well, I've just got a Slack here. It says it's from our Facebook live stream post on Facebook just now, and it's Monica Hill, which is Chief's wife. Let me click it and see if I can read it. And she is saying, now this is Chief's wife. I believe that's right, Monica Hill. For non-jurisdictional citizens only, per Article 4, Section 9 of the Muskogee Creek Nation Constitution, citizens that have legal residency outside of the 8 political districts of the Muskogee Creek Nation must declare one of the following districts as their home district for the purposes of voting. The Office of the Election Board will not be able to fully process your voter registration form if you do not declare a home district. Okay, thank you, Monica. I don't know where that's coming. It's Article 4, Section 9. I don't know where her information's coming from, but that sounds correct because that would make sense. What she's wife's saying is, when you do your voter registration form, it's going to require that you pick a district, right? So you're probably going to have to get registered again, I guess. What if I'm even more confused. What if I'm not an absentee voter and I'm not an at-large voter either. But let's say you're an absentee voter who's at large. Is the amendment going to require you to re-register to vote? Right? Is that what she's saying? I think that's what she's saying, is because what she's saying, your voter registration form requires you to pick a district or they can't process it. Right? Did I get to that part? It says, please check one of the listed to declare your home district. And then you got to do it. But what if you're already registered, is my question, right? So is everybody going to have to re-register to vote after this code? That might be the case. We all might have to go get registered to vote again. I don't know. I didn't see anything about that in the actual amendment language that we just went through or the Title 19 that we read. But it sounds like that's how it would work. There would need to be a requirement for everybody to go re-register because you would have to pick a district. Or no, maybe it would only apply it would only apply to people who are registering to vote in the future. So right now, if you're an absentee voter, you have a district that you have declared, right? But if you were an at-large voter, you have a district that you've declared. So it would only apply to people who are registering to vote in the future. After this, their voter registration form, they would have to pick a district or it can't be processed. Okay, I think that's right. If you guys know, pop it into the chat, but I think that's they're sending me the voter registration form. Hey, if you're watching this, Mayor, did you get that off? Oh, wait, let me just ask him. I'm talking to you guys, talking to him through the stream. Did you get that from the EB website? Let me run this down, guys. But I think it is from the election board's website. Let's check in real quick though while we're doing this. Nothing yet. Okay. Let's go back here. I have no idea what's going on or what we're doing, but that's okay. Okay. She says yes in the YouTube chat. Nobody knows what we're... Okay, so I am looking for voter registration paperwork. That's what I'm going to look for on this page. Let me make it a little bit smaller. Title 19, candidates, election dates, election board meeting, candidate filing warrant, sample ballot, voter registration form, voter registration update form. Okay, maybe this is going to answer my question. First, I'm going to look at the voter registration form. And we're going to look at this. So this is if you aren't registered to vote, you're going to fill this out. And then it has a section here. And it says per Article 4, Section 9 in the Muscogee Creek Nation, you got to check one of these districts, right? And then you sign it. So this is the form you would fill out if you're not registered to vote. Let's look at voter registration update form. All right, update form. I'm trying to see if everybody's going to have to do this or not. Now on this doesn't have any of that stuff. So the update form is not going to require you to declare a district either. You're just going to, I'm assuming this is just to update your address is what it looks like. Right? So street address. I don't know what this update is for. So those are the two things there. Okay. Have we clarified anything? Fuzzy Baffy says, my one question kind of confused Mr. Moore. Made T.Y. Broll's brain hurt and made National Council think she left it off. Lol. Yeah, this is how we do things. We will find a way to get through things, guys. I do think that, let me check these results really quick. Chief Hills, Monica didn't say you're going to get automatically assigned a district. Nowhere has anybody said that you're automatically going to get assigned a district, except for Doty, and we couldn't find that in the code. That section E, we couldn't find it. So I think it's safe to say that you're not going to get automatically assigned a district. And we just looked at the two voter registration forms, and the new voter registration form will require you to pick a district or it can't be processed. That's what Monica was saying. And the update form doesn't have anything in there about your district. So I'm assuming that means that if you're already registered to vote and you already have a district declared, they're not going to mess with that stuff. It's just to update your address. Do you guys, while we're waiting on results, do you guys want to watch gardening episodes? Or do you want to watch What Is episodes? Or do you want to watch In Case You Missed It, which is mostly the stomp dances? Right now, you guys argue about it in the chat and tell me which one. Tell me which one you guys want, because I know in the past we've shown stuff from the archive, and that's what I have in there right now. Because in the past, some people are like, I don't want to watch the archive stuff and so on and so forth. So post in there, anybody, Fuzzy Bad Feet, the first person who is going to post in there, we're going to take. All right, ML said garden. Does anybody disagree with gardening? TY Prola says, what if you want to change your declared district? I don't know. That would be earlier in the stream. I posted Nelson Harjo's email, the election board manager Nelson Harjo's email in the chat. So go email him and ask him, because I don't know now. Draft Rebellion of 1917. Did I do that? I thought I did put that in here. Did I not do that? Yes, I did. It's in here. It's in What Is. Do you guys want to watch that? We've got two conflicting things here. So garden. We got 2 for gardening, and we got T.Y. Pro. And Rodney Josie is in there. Rodney, it's good to see you. I'm a big fan, Rodney. So we got 2 for gardening and 1 for What Is. Anybody else? Is there anybody else? Am I talking too loud? Is the mic maxing out for you guys? Is it distorting? I'm just looking at the levels. Hold on, I got another message. Okay, it's just telling me what's going on. All right, I'm going to go back to gardening. If you guys don't like the gardening or you get bored with it, just let me know while we're waiting on results, and I'll swap it out and change it to something else. But right now, we are going to go back to the gardening. There we go. And then here, I hope it's going to pick up right where it was, but I don't know what it's actually going to do. Oh, no. We were further along than that. Sorry, guys. I think we were at episode 5? Let's find out.
Today's gardening topic is harvesting. So we're going to talk about when your vegetables are ready to harvest and what you can do with them after harvest. So we're going to start with corn, which is a staple in Muskogee diet. This particular corn is Potawatomi white corn. We got the seeds from the Muskogee Food Sovereignty Initiative. So whenever you're ready to harvest, one thing you're going to look for is these brown and dry silks. Brown and dry silks mean that your corn is probably ready for harvest. If the silks are still sticky and kind of gold or pink or yellow like this one, your corn probably isn't ready. One sure way you can check to see if it's ready is if you just start pulling some of the ears back and expose the kernels. You'll just poke one of those kernels with your fingernail, and if it's white and milky like this, that means it's ready. If it's clear and watery, that means it's not ready. And if you poke it and no substance comes out at all, it's probably overripe. So once you determine your corn is ready, you're just gonna wanna twist it off of the corn stalk so that way you don't damage any other corn growing around it. So just keep twisting until it comes off. And you can leave it in the husk or you can take it off. I'll go ahead and take this off just so we can see. Ooh. Sometimes with your corn, we have some examples over here. This is a rainbow corn that we grew. Sometimes your cob will have some kernels and some not. This usually means that either your corn wasn't fully pollinated. In this case, I think our corn might have been too spaced out and it didn't get fully pollinated. This is also a sign of stress. So if your corn was experiencing severe drought, extreme heat, bugs, any kind of stressful conditions, sometimes your corn will literally abort its own kernels just to preserve energy. So that could also be what's happening. Next we'll go to beans. So for beans, one thing you're going to want to look for is the firmness. So this one, it's still a little bendy, but not as bendy as this one. You're also going to compare size. So this one is obviously bigger, thicker, and more lumpy than this one. So I would say this one is ready. With beans, it's important to harvest them at peak maturity. You don't want to harvest them too early or too late. And you can just twist them off. So this is a bean that's a little too mature. It turned white. This one's probably no good. And you can see how much bigger and thicker it is than a not ready bean. And beans are good in the fridge, I would say for 5 to 10 days max. If you put them in the crisper. So these are our Roma tomatoes. When harvesting tomatoes, one of the main things you're going to want to look for is the color. I always say if at least like 2/3 of the tomato is red, then it's ready to harvest. You can also just tell by how easily it comes off the plant. So like this one, I would say it's not quite ready because it's not 2/3 red. Here's another one. It looks good. If you want to harvest green tomatoes, I would say just harvest when they barely start turning red. So like this would be a good one to harvest. You can tell it's kind of starting to get that orangish red tint. So if you're harvesting for green tomatoes, this would be a good one. Tomatoes continue to ripen off of the vine. So whenever you pull it just a little bit early, it's going to continue to ripen for a few days. And then tomatoes can be stored at room temperature or in the fridge for, I'd say, about 5 to 7 days after harvest. So next we'll do peppers. Most peppers start out green like this. This is also when they're not as hot. As time goes on, the peppers mature, they're going to turn red, orange, yellow, purple, whatever the end result color is supposed to be. As peppers mature, they also get hotter. So you want to keep that in mind when harvesting. Sometimes peppers will turn from green to black and then to their mature color. That's totally normal. That usually means that they're just exposed to really high heat or to a lot of sun. But your peppers will usually be fine. Here's one that's kind of turning black. So it'll just turn black and then red. That just means the pepper is exposed to some stressful conditions. So for cucumbers, you're just gonna wanna harvest, I say when they're about 6 to 8 inches long, and you wanna make sure you harvest before they turn yellow, just for the best taste. This one is perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it off. There's another one over here. This one's kind of starting to turn yellow, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull it. Cucumbers, I would say, are good like 3 to 5 days if you store them in the fridge. One thing I've been doing to extend the shelf life of my cucumbers is I bought perforated bags off Amazon. They're just like kind of like a plastic bag with little holes in them. That has really maximized the life of my cucumbers after harvest. We also have some okra over here. Okra matures really fast, so you can probably harvest this every day if you have some. This okra pod right here is perfect. It's about medium size. See how it's slightly bigger than that one? So you'll just twist that off. If you let your okra get too mature and too long, kind of like this one, it's just gonna be rough and kind of fibrous, and it won't be as good. So you wanna make sure you harvest it at the right size. And okra matures really fast, so you want to keep an eye on it. So for cantaloupes, one of the telltale signs that it's ready is the color. This one I would say is almost ready. It's still got some green in it, but you can see where it's starting to turn like a orangish yellow tint. That's usually a telltale sign that it's ready. You can also smell it, and if this cantaloupe smell is really strong and the cantaloupe is yellow or orange, it's probably ready. You can see this one, it's a small one, but it's still got a lot of green. Not even close to being ready. So with watermelons, it's kind of tricky to tell whenever they're ready because there's so many things to consider and so many different varieties of watermelon. So I just kind of like to look for a bunch of different signs to see if it's ready. One thing is this curly tendril right here. This is what connects the watermelon to the stem. There's usually a tendril right above that, this curly thing. If this is still green, your watermelon's probably not ready. When your watermelon is ripe and ready, this will turn brown, and sometimes it'll even shrivel up and fall off. That's one telltale sign for most varieties of watermelon. Another thing you can do is flip it over and see where the watermelon meets the ground. It's still pretty green on this one, but it'll usually turn yellow or maybe like white on most varieties. That's also a sign that it's ready. For some lighter colored watermelons like this one, it can be kind of hard to tell judging by that spot. But as you can see, the tendril's starting to turn brown, but there's still some green in it, so it's definitely not ready. If there's still any green in the tendril, your watermelon probably isn't ready. We tried vertical growing our watermelons, so we put this one in a sling just to take some of the weight off of the vine. But as you can see, her tendril is still really green also. We don't have any squash in our garden anymore. The squash bugs unfortunately got all of our squash. But squash is going to kind of be similar to cucumbers in terms of harvesting. You're going to want to harvest it when it's about 6 to 8 inches long, when it's a really bright yellow if you're growing in the yellow squash, and when the outside is still kind of soft. If your squash is hard and solid, it's probably overripe. You still want it to be a little soft before harvest. Also, if you're growing your vegetables from seed, most crops take about 60 to 90 days or 2 or 3 months to reach full maturity and harvest point, so you're going to want to plan accordingly. Most of our seeds were started in March and it's July, and we're just now getting to a point where we're steady harvesting every single day, and it's been about 3 or 4 months now. So most of your vegetables post-harvest can be stored for up to 5 to 7 days in the fridge or at room temperature. Again, I recommend buying perforated bags for produce. That's just going to help extend the life of your vegetables, whether they're room temperature or in the fridge. You can also look into canning some of your vegetables. It's actually a really simple process, and we'll probably have some classes on that here at the college. But you can can your cucumbers, your beans, your tomatoes, things like that, and that's going to also extend the shelf life of your produce after harvest.
It's aji honditos. Yet in dagi jundos yet. So when we were talking about harvest, and specifically this corn at this time, harvest time during the summer here. Most times when we harvest things, it's like during early in the morning before you touch water or eat or anything. You go out and take some of this, especially like about now when there's green corn ceremonies going on everywhere. This is for the sacred acts of our people, respecting this tree. We call it, some people call it tree of life for the Muskogee. And then this corn, the way it has given our population a great boost at one time, and making our nations much stronger. We honor that today when we harvest the corn, and then we fast when we initiate it into our communities, like the beans and other foods that we have songs for. But this is one that has been initiated, so to speak, in our Muskogee ways during the green corn ceremonies. So this is one of the things. When we begin to harvest all of it, we begin to wrap it and store it for the winter. But all of it has a sacred purpose. And many times we forget about the sacredness of it all because of our fast-paced world today. But we've got to step back and look at what provided our nation some sustenance and growth, and it has been this corn. Although we've evolved in understanding how to use it and how our bodies process the corn in and of itself, we add a little bit of wood ash to it. So this is one of the ways that our indigenous science has evolved in understanding how food works with us, and we honor this big, beautiful plant. Mado. Yeah, this one here, especially this one's getting really tall. These chapchagidoidandos are very long, tall, 16 feet tall when everything is done properly. But they're still growing though. So join us when we have our fall time celebration. We'll bring some of our good produce out and share with everybody.
Mado for watching today's gardening series. You can come to the garden on campus at the College of the Muskogee Nation every Thursday from 11 to 12 and visit our garden in person.
Okay, guys, sorry to break in, or this is what we're doing. So I got a text from Representative Dodie Barnett about the situation we were having earlier about Section E. And I asked her if I could read the text to you guys here in the chat and everything. And she said that was fine. So this is what she sent me. It was bothering me, so I went back to the meeting. The draft bill on our website says we adopted as amended, but doesn't show the amendments. On the floor, subsection 4-101E was stricken. Thomasine Osborne made the motion. I honestly forgot we did that. The election board had asked that we strike it. Everyone voted for the amendment except for Representative Proctor. We had discussed it at length in work sessions, and I remember thinking it was a weird policy. So there we go. That's the update on the automatically get put into Okmulgee District kerfuffle. It looks like that part got stricken, so you don't have to worry about getting automatically assigned to Okmulgee District. Okay? So, with that being said, we're going to go back, or let me check this really quick and see if I got another update. I don't think so. Not yet. Okay, so we're going to go back to Muskogee gardening, and I know, David, you want to stay here and watch me do this, and I would love to do it if we have a topic we want to talk about, but the votes right now are saying gardening show, so we're going to stay with the gardening show, and then if you, David, if you could amass enough people to force me to come back on here, I will. If I get an update, we'll be back talking about it. And as of right now, that's where we are, and we're just going to keep on rolling with it. And Mado for tuning in tonight, guys. We are still waiting for results on the Muskogee Creek Nation Election Board's Facebook page. If you guys don't want to watch the live stream and you just want to keep up with that, you can go to their Facebook page, and that's where the results will be posted as soon as they're available. So with that being said, let's go on. Let's jump right back in.
So today's gardening topic is seed starting seeds for your cool season crops. So we're approaching the end of summer, and even though it's still really hot outside, now like late July, early August is a good time to start planting your cool season garden. So some cool season crops that do good in Oklahoma are things like leafy greens, cabbage, lettuce, kale, spinach. Also root vegetables like carrots, onions, beets, radishes. There's also good winter squashes like spaghetti squash, butternut squash, even some pumpkins if you start them early enough. And there's even bean varieties that do good well in the wintertime. If you want to take a break from gardening, I would recommend using a cover crop in the cooler months. A cover crop is just going to help keep your soil from eroding and blowing away, and it can also add nutrition to your soil. Some good cover crops in Oklahoma are things like winter wheat or winter rye. There's also clover, crimson clover. Really good summer or winter cover crop. There's also legumes that you can buy, different types of beans. They're not really the traditional beans that we think of, but they still add nitrogen and nutrients to your soil like all the other beans. If your soil is really compacted and you want to help break it up, something like turnips, parsnips, rutabagas, those are great for soil compaction. So timing is crucial. Whenever you're planting your cool season crops, you want to make sure you have enough time for your seeds to reach maturity and to reach harvest before the first frost happens. The average first frost in Oklahoma usually occurs during the first or second week in November. That's when temperatures really start to drop and we start to see more frequent frosts. Most of these cool season crops are going to be a little bit frost hardy, but as the frosts happen more frequently, their production is going to go down and their quality is going to go down. So you just want to get what you can before it starts getting too cold. So things like leafy greens mature pretty fast. Those take about 40 or 50 days to mature. Your root vegetables like your carrots and your onions, those can take 100+ days to mature. So you want to just make sure you plan in time to harvest something. Whenever you sow your seeds in late July or early August, that's going to give you about 90 to 100 days before the first frost. So you should have plenty of time to harvest something before it gets too cold outside. So once you've chosen your seeds, you want to make sure you start your cool season crops indoors. You don't want to start them outside in the heat just because they're going to probably dry out really fast, and we really need a lot of moisture for our seeds. You also want to choose a good soil. Any kind of soil that promotes moisture control or moisture regulation, I would not use that for your seeds, just because it's probably going to have a lot of this white rock called perlite. This is great for drainage. This is great for airflow. This is good for like mature plants with an extensive root system. This isn't the most ideal for seedlings just because we want them to stay moist all the time. We don't want them to dry out. So you want to choose a grow medium that doesn't have a lot of perlite. This one has some, but not a lot. There's some plants that are like 50% perlite, 30% perlite. Those are probably a little too much for your seeds. So just a general rule of thumb with seeds, I always tell people to plant their seeds twice as deep as the size. That's just going to make sure your seed is getting proper airflow and darkness for germination. So you can see the difference in these seeds. This squash seed, I would plant it deep into the soil, whereas these kale seeds, they're really tiny. I would plant those really, really shallow. So a squash seed, we would bury it pretty deep, whereas these kale seeds, I would probably barely even cover them, just like that. I also recommend planting in trays instead of in individual pots. This is just going to help with uniformity, and it's also going to make it easier to transplant outside. So very important, you want to make sure you keep your seeds moist at all times. You don't want to let them dry out completely because moisture is essential for germination, for seed germination. If you let your seeds dry out too hard after planting them, it could hinder their germination or just stop their germination altogether. I have had people ask about starting seeds in paper towels. I think that technique is great. It's just kind of difficult to keep your paper towel moist all the time because it dries out so fast. And then when you're moving your seeds from paper towel to soil, you just have to do it very, very, very carefully because they're so sensitive at that point in their life. So once your seeds have germinated or they begin sprouting, the first leaves that emerge aren't actually leaves. So you'll see these little round leaves come out. On things like grasses, like corn and stuff, they look a little different, but on most plants, they're usually these little round leaves like this. These are actually called cotyledons. These are storage organs that were inside of the seed. So these aren't really leaves, and these aren't what the leaves on your plant are gonna look like. So you can see on this squash, these two big round leaves are the cotyledons, or the storage organ, and you can see this one come out. This is the true leaf, the first true leaf. This is what all the leaves on the squash are gonna look like. You can see another one starting to come out right here. Whenever I transplant, I like to make sure there's at least 2 or 3 sets of these true leaves. You don't want to transplant when there's just cotyledons like this because the plant is still really, really young and immature. So once your seedlings are ready to move outside, you can watch episode 1 of the Muskogee Gardening Series. We kind of go over transplanting and give you some tips for that. I will add to that for your cool season crops, it's a good idea to add manure like this to your soil. This is just gonna help keep them warm in the cooler months. Also mulch, so like this red mulch we have down here, manure plus a thick layer of mulch is gonna help keep your crops cool, or keep your crops warm in those cooler months. One season I added mulch to my beds and manure. Literally had snow cover my flowers, and when the snow melted and the ice went away, my flowers were still alive and colorful under the snow. So mulch and manure is a game changer for your cool season garden. I would also recommend maybe just throwing in some tulip bulbs here and there in between your cool season crops, and that's just going to give you a nice little colorful surprise in the springtime.
Yate Abene, good morning. My name is Brandon Gibson. I am a botanist for Tribal Lynch Pollinators and Uchi Butterfly Farm. And today we're at the College of the Muskogee Creek Nation, and we're highlighting sort of our pollinator garden that we've been planting here and maintaining here. And so we have a whole different variety of plants here in just a small section. And so what I want to emphasize is that this is not a large tract of land. This is not acres and such, but it does provide a very valuable source of nectar and host plants for all the butterflies and the bees. Right now we're seeing some sweat bees using this tobacco plant, which is not technically a native, but it is also used for a lot of different cultural and medicinal reasons. And so it's also a great benefactor for a lot of hummingbirds. I see hummingbirds going crazy all over this. Same thing with a lot of the long-tongued bees and the butterflies, because they're the ones that really can access the actual nectar. So the nectar is actually going to be in the back of the flower there, and so you need a nice long tongue to be able to reach all the way in the back there. What's interesting, this morning I even saw it, is that sometimes leafcutter bees will actually cheat the system, and so they don't have long tongues that can reach all the way into the back. So what they do instead is they come right up here, they use their powerful mandibles, and then they cut into the flower. And so if you ever see a flower like that, you can assume that it's a nice long cutter bee there. And so we're going to kind of look at a couple different plants here. Let's just look at the stuff that's blooming. And this is really one of my favorite plants. I'm an ornithologist before I became a botanist, and so I love birds, and so this is what I plant to attract hummingbirds because of that red color. You know, anytime you put up a hummingbird feeder, you always notice it's going to be red or yellow or white. That has to do with the amount of rods and cones in a hummingbird's eyes. They have a much denser concentration than us, and so they see the spectrum of colors way differently than we do. And so red and white and that yellow really pops out to them. And so this is going to be my hummingbird attractor. Butterflies and bees obviously use it. And what's really nice about this, you're kind of talking about seeds. This is a fantastic plant for collecting seeds because you really only need one plant, and then you're basically going to have cardinal flower seeds for life, because we can kind of see if we can find a ripe one here. And so all of these flowers are going to have individual seed capsules like this right here. And this one's not mature right now, but we'll go ahead and pop it off just so we can look at the insides here. And so all of these little white sort of yellowy dots there, those are all seeds there. And so off of just one capsule here, there's, you know, a few hundred seeds in there. And so as long as you can get one of these things going, you can keep these generations going on for quite some time. And this specific plant requires sunlight to germinate. And so what we're going to do with this plant is we're basically just going to let all the seeds fall to the ground, and this will become back up thicker and thicker and thicker. You know, with native plants, you really kind of want it to be really bushy and full. If you go out to the prairie, like just across the fence there, you'll notice that there's not a lot of room. Everything's kind of smushed together, and so denser is always going to be better when we're talking about native plants. For agricultural reasons, obviously you want more spacing and such, but with native plants we can really shove them in there. And so that's why I'm a big fan of a lot of dense plantings around here. And so let's look at this one right here, actually, just right behind me. This is another one of my favorites here. This is rattlesnake master, Eryngium yuccifolium. And Eryngium yuccifolium gets its name because it kind of looks like a yucca on the bottom of the actual base of the plant. It's not related to yucca, it just evolutionarily happens to have some sort of convergence there. But I really like this plant a lot. It's a pretty good pollinator plant. I won't say it's the end-all be-all of all pollinator plants, but it does attract a lot of wasps, bees. I see butterflies using this, ladybugs like to hang out on it, and I see a good amount of jumping spiders on there. And so spiders are not, I know some people might think spiders are scary, but they're a very important part of the ecosystem, essentially what we're trying to cultivate here. So we're involved in the food web, we're not exclusive from it, and so we need some natural predators to get rid of a lot of those pests. And so this is a fantastic sort of predator plant for a lot of spiders to hang out on. And let's just go ahead and look at this. We got a skipper right now using the cup plant. This is Silphium perfoliatum, one of my favorites. It's not technically a true sunflower, and so a true sunflower would be all of the Helianthus species. This is very closely evolutionarily related to it. It's in the same subfamily in the tribe as true sunflowers, but it's not a true sunflower. That being said, it's a magnificent plant, and this thing next year, I'm really excited to see what happens next season, because the one I have on our farm is probably about 8 to 10 feet tall right now and has multiple blooms, and it's the most popular plant on the farm by far right now. And so this thing's going to be awesome to see next season. Really thick stem, And the name cup plant comes from this little feature here. And so Silphium perfoliatum. Perfoliatum is the Latin term for perfoliate. And so perfoliate in botany terms means that the leaf goes all the way around the stem. And so when this thing gets larger, it's going to form an actual cup here. And so that holds water really, really well. So after a rain, you'll oftentimes see birds actually drinking out of that little cup there. And so I really like this plant. It's not only for, you know, just nectar resources, but it also holds water. So this is sort of a natural living bird feeder. And the butterflies obviously love it. We've seen 5 skippers just since I've been sitting here nectaring on this. And then let's see what else we got blooming here. Oh, right behind me. It's kind of heading out of bloom right now, but these beautiful purple flowers here, this is called blue vervain, Verbena hastata. This is one of our sort of our core plants that we grow at the farm every single year because of how easy it is to establish, how many seeds these will produce. And so one of these little spikes here, this is going to be probably about 500 to 1,000 seeds right here. People always ask me, you know, can we get a native ground cover going? And I always recommend this plant here. This is called frog fruit, Phylla nodiflora. These tiny little yellow or white flowers. And what's really interesting about them is that it might look pretty insignificant, but you can kind of see all the tiny sweat bees that we're seeing flying around right now. Those are the ones that are going to be pollinating this plant and utilizing it. And so what's really important in a native plant garden is to have a multitude of different sizes of flowers. So morphologically, these tiny little sweat bees can't necessarily utilize something like a cup plant that we were just looking at. But since these flowers are a lot tinier and the nectar resource is a lot smaller and more adaptable to their size, that's what we see going on around here. And so this is a whole living ecosystem, and this would be something that you could easily walk past, no problem, out in the field. But if you really stop and look at it, you can see just the magnitude of life that this frog fruit is supporting. And I really like this plant because of how resilient it is too. I just had some volunteers from the college come to the farm a couple weeks ago, and we transplanted a lot of this because this right here might look a little scraggly right now, but I guarantee you if we took this and we put it in a cup of water like that, change the water every 24 hours, and in about a week this will have nice fully fledged white roots, and you could plant that in your garden. And that's exactly what we did at the college. And so with this one, I'm actually just going to put this back in here, and this thing will get watered later on, and I guarantee you that thing will root again. This is one of the most resilient plants that I've ever worked with. We have a nice native grass here. This looks to be Tripsicum dactyloides, eastern gamma grass. This is one of my favorite grasses here in Oklahoma. It's really high in crude protein content. Buffalo and cows, they will find this grass on a prairie and they will go after this. I've seen it firsthand. Even stuff with like big blue stem, Indian grass, panicum, the switch grasses. I've seen bison go through a field and find every single one of these grasses before they even go to the big blue stem and Indian grass. And so this is one of my favorites. It's very closely related to corn. And so when this thing blooms next season, it's going to have these real big fat seeds that look basically like corn kernels. Birds love it. I like it a lot. And you know, a lot of our native grasses here and why they're so important here in Oklahoma is that they're a lot different than your lawn grasses. And so we think about lawns and having Bermuda where it takes up every single square inch of soil. But with our native grasses here in Oklahoma, they're called bunch grasses. And so they grow exactly like you would imagine, like a bunch like this. And so having these two next to each other, what's nice is that this will obviously be a lot more fleshed out next season. But what we're going to see is that we're going to create a little corridor between these two grasses. And so what that allows on a native system is that birds and mammals and everything, they use this as a highway system. So all these bunch grasses basically create a highway system out in a true prairie system. And so our native grasses are very, very, very important. But right next to it, we also have a great medicinal plant that I'm sure a lot of people know. This is called bee balm. Monarda fistulosa, also called wild bergamot. There's a whole multitude of common names for it. It's a mint family, and it has a very good aroma to it. There's a lot of oils all over these leaves, and so those oils are sort of what comprise a lot of the medicinal aspects. A lot of our modern medicine today comes originally from native plants, such as this wild bergamot, or a Echinacea purpurea or pallida, or things like that. And so historically, tribes were already using this plant for a lot of coughs and sore throats and things like that. And so nowadays that we know with modern science, that they were totally on the right path. This thing has a ton of medicinal properties to it, as well as being a fantastic pollinator plant. This one probably won't bloom this season because, again, we planted it just like a month ago. But what we're really worried about is that root system. This is a perennial plant, and so it's going to come back every single year, and it produces thousands of seeds just off of one individual. And so this will get thicker and thicker and thicker as we go out throughout the years, and it's going to be a really nice plant that blooms pink. I'm using a lot of scientific terms and things like that with the terms of the names. We do that specifically because it helps us relate different species to other species, and so different families. Basically what I'm trying to get at is that learning some of the Latin terminology can really help you give you context for what this plant is, how it got here evolutionarily, such as, just even touching this plant right now, you can see that the stem is actually square. So it's not a round stem, it's a square stem. And if we look at the leaves itself, we'll notice that all of the leaves on the stem come opposite of each other. So this is leaf phyllotaxy, is the fancy word for the way that the leaves actually branch out on the main stem. So every single point on this plant, the leaves, the stems are coming off opposite of each other. And so no matter where you're at in the world, if you're in Asia, Australia, Europe, Africa, if you see a plant with a square stem and opposite leaves like this, you can go ahead and infer that it's part of the Lamiaceae family, the mint family. And so learning these botanical characteristics really helps you a lot, and it helps you identify plants a lot quicker whenever you're out in an area where you're not familiar with.
Mado for watching today's gardening series episode. You can come visit our garden on campus at the College of the Muskogee Nation every Thursday from 11 to 12. Jay. On today's gardening series episode, we're going to tour the Yuchi Butterfly Farm. We're going to get a behind the scenes look at their operations with Brandon Gibson. You might recognize him from our last gardening series episode where he talked about the pollinator bed on campus. Today we're out here at his farm and we're going to see what they're growing and how they do their farming.
This is that cup plant I was telling Courtney about the other day. This is one you have at the Muskogee College Garden that we just planted this year, and so it's probably only like a quarter of the size of what this one is. But next season, this one is going to be just even more massive. And this is one plant right here. This is not an aggregate of plants. This is one single individual plant, and the stalks and the stems of these plants are massive. It almost looks like a miniature tree. But this is that cup plant I was telling you about last week, where you can actually see the cups a lot better here, where all this water will be contained. And so each of these little cups here will be like a little water station for hummingbirds, any of these birds. Really, they'll hang out here quite frequently. And then obviously, as you can see, all the pollinators, we got some skippers, some bumblebees, I see some sweat bees, pipevine swallowtail. We have a lot of pipevine swallowtails around here just because we have a large amount of pipevine that we planted all around a lot of these buildings. And so attracting that host plant, or planting that host plant for them, really attracts them. And so we've had sort of a record number of pipevine swallowtails this year. Same with Diana fritillaries as well. This is about 2.5 years old now.
Oh, I see.
And this one particularly is from Roland, Oklahoma. Got it donated by this nice guy called Garrett Riggs that runs a nursery down there. And he's very generous to give us this original plant, and I've been collecting seed off of this ever since and just multiplying it out more and more. Absolutely one of my favorite plants.
Does it pop up like clones of itself? Is that how it?
You know, I saw a couple down here earlier in the year, but they haven't really taken off necessarily. And so really it's just this one main one that's just been taken off. And look at these stems.
Yeah,
and they got those square stems as well. Even though it's not a mint, it's still got those square stems. And so
that's so interesting.
Even though that these has the characteristics of a mint, it is not a mint. This is a silphium. And these seeds are really good for the birds. I have to sort of race against time when these seeds are mature against all the goldfinches.
Oh yeah.
Because the goldfinches will just sit here and they'll just eat every single silphium seed out here, which is good for them. But if I want to grow out more of these plants, this is my main source of the seeds for them. But I also obviously let them have some, and they can probably spread them around. It wouldn't surprise me if I find silphium planted in one of these prairies out here pretty soon.
Yeah.
But we got some bee balm. You guys got this at the college as well. Obviously going to seed, not in full flower yet. Probably went out of flower probably about a month ago, honestly. This is that mint one we were talking about, Monarda fistulosa. And I believe you have some of this in the garden. The storm kind of knocked it over the other day, but now it was standing nice and perfectly upright. But this is big blue stem, and you can see the female sections here still on the flower. And so that's what these little yellow things hanging off of the actual inflorescence of the flower is. One of my favorites. This thing easily goes down 15 plus feet into the soil. It's a real common staple, and this again is just one individual plant, and so they can get quite bushy after a couple of years. This one's probably pretty old, couple of years at least right now. But this little garden, it's all pretty much mainly natives. I'm sure there's a little strip of Johnson grass in here somewhere, but mare's tail, which is kind of a weed, but it's not terrible to have around because it is a host plant for, I think, some kind of moth around here. You can use this for cooking as well. You can make salads out of it. I think it's more of a topper ingredient than a main ingredient of the salad. It's really strong and bitter and pretty spicy, but it does have some medicinal properties, so I don't mind the mare's tail. It does get out of control in garden sections though.
Is any of your pipe vine blooming out here?
Let's see, probably not. It was blooming like a month and a half ago, but we can check. They have a little interesting smell to them too. They smell kind of like a little stinky because it's the flies that are pollinating it. Obviously the pipevine swallowtails, like you can see flying around here.
Oh, pretty.
And you can see how much they've eaten. This trellis that we built here used to be entirely full of nothing but pipevine.
Oh wow.
And there's still some pipevines here, but you can still see that they're laying eggs on these. And with that pipevine, here's a, don't look at that one. This one's better. There we go.
Oh,
so they're still out here about using all of this trellis section, and so it goes off to the other side as well. And I really think this is why we have such a massive population of these pipevine swallowtails. And then we have another section on one of the buildings that I will show you that also has more pipevine. But I've seen flowers on these this year. I haven't seen any pods yet, but it does seem a bit early in the year to start seeing pods for them. That's more of a fall, early winter activity. But in this garden we got the pipevine, obviously, got some nice fresh growth up here. And so this is really what a caterpillar would want, this nice green, fleshy looking growth. But we got some frostweed in here. I put these in here specifically for these little aphids right here, these little black aphids. And some people say, you know, why would you want to attract aphids? Well, I'm sort of using them as cannon fodder for ladybugs. Ladybugs love to eat those black aphids when they're in their larval stage, and so this frostweed is a host plant for specifically those black aphids. And the black aphids will come in earlier in the season than the orange aphids and other pests. And so if I can get a healthy population of ladybugs from consuming all these black aphids before, you know, mid to late summer comes on, and they're going to help me control the aphids on things like our milkweed a lot of the time. So that's why I like the frostweed quite a bit. It's just purely for those black aphids. And obviously they bloom really nicely. There might be some blooming right now. Looks like this one's just about to pop. I've seen some blooming around the property, but these looks like they're just about to open up. And this would be Verbicina virginica. Frostweed. Name's called frostweed because in the winter time, a lot of the extra water that's in the root system will be pushed up whenever it's freezing. And so if you come out here whenever it's below freezing in the morning, you'll see a literal ribbon of ice formed around the stalk. And frost flower, yep. Frost flower sounds nicer than frostweed. I like that. Yeah. But you can eat the ice. It's nice.
Like in berry settings, I just didn't realize that it was this specific plant that did that, but I have seen that before.
Oh yeah. I haven't touched this garden and really any of these gardens in at least 2 years in terms of adding anything. We planted this and then we never added anything to it, and it sort of just manages itself. Obviously the storm came by, knocked down a lot of them. Everything else was sort of standing upright. What that pretty much tells me is that I need to add in some probably northern sea oats in here. That way it gives the middle section more stability, and so probably in the winter time I'll come through here when it's easier to walk in there, and I'll add in some dormant plugs of those northern sea oat grasses. That way whenever we do get storms like this, prevents them from flopping over as much. Just gives them more stability at the base of their structure. Oh, here we still got one of these blooming. The Senna marylandica, Maryland Senna, or wild Senna. You can see those bean pods forming, but the flower's still there a little bit. And what's really interesting about Senna is, it might be easier to see on this one over here. Yeah, let's look at this one. So with Senna, as you see with the flowers a moment ago, the flowers don't actually provide any nectar. They have pollen on the flowers, but there's no nectar being supplied. And so you don't really see butterflies going up to the actual flower themselves. That being said, it does provide nectar still, even though it's not from the flowers. What all these ants are doing right now is that they're actually collecting nectar from what's called an extra floral nectary. And so what an extra floral nectary is you see where all those ants are at. They're getting on that little bump right there, right in between those two stems, and what that's the extra floral nectary, and so that's where the nectar is being sort of drip hosed out of that nectary there. And so the ants are the ones that are mainly collecting the nectar from this plant, and in return, if there's any pests that are coming by and eating a lot of these leaves, the ants will defend it, and so they have a relationship with the plant itself. And so this is always a cool thing to observe. You gotta try these tomatoes. These little orange ones, these are my favorite tomatoes we've ever grown. I usually don't like eating tomatoes raw, but these ones are tasty.
Ooh, very sweet.
And we do a little trick with our tomatoes here. You can see how big and flushed out they are.
Yeah.
People always ask, you know, how do you get your tomatoes looking so good, especially early on in the season? Well, in this raised bed here, what we'll do in January, February is we'll get one of those cattle tanks, one of those watering tanks, just a square one. We'll put it in this bed. We'll typically use a black painted one, and then we'll cover it, this entire bed, with plastic, and we'll double layer it. So we're basically creating a small greenhouse. And the reason we put that cattle tank in there and we fill it up with water, that black outer coating, when the sunlight and the winter hits that cattle tank holds a lot of that heat in there because it's painted black. Water is a very good insulator as well. And so this little small bed section will always be quite a bit warmer than the surrounding temperatures. And so these got planted in February actually. And so even though it's below freezing in February still, because we have this covered up and it's a small area, so it's not producing a lot of heat to keep it warm in terms of the air temperature. This allows us to plant our tomatoes in February. That way we can get them nice and flushed out like this. And we just have people come by here and they'll take a bowl of this stuff, and it's absolutely fine. We're not going to run out of this stuff. But this is also what we were talking about at the college, using these tobacco plants as sort of bait plants for those tobacco hornworms. And so we've never had any of those hornworms on our tomatoes just right there, but we have hundreds of hornworms throughout the season, but they're all concentrated on this tobacco plant because, again, that nicotine in the tomato is a lot more minute than in this tobacco plant. Nicotiana tabacum, cultivated tobacco. Nice white and pink flowers. Hummingbirds really like it. The butterflies obviously would love it. Long-tongued bees really utilize it quite a bit as well. And it's also, of course, the ceremonial tobacco. So when this dries out later on in the season, we'll take the leaves, we'll hang them up, and then we'll process that, and then we'll distributed that to whoever needs it. So
That one's got a lot of seed pods on it.
yes, this thing has a massive amount of seed pods on them. And so I always encourage people, if they do want to try to grow their own tobacco, it's very, very easy. You just take one of these and let's see. Oh, there's a bug on that one. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Let's see, there's an open one. There we go. So this is off of one capsule there. That's over 1,000 seeds there easily. And then so if you did 2 capsules, you know, you can just really get a large amount of this stuff. And these ones would need sunlight to germinate, and so you would want to sow these on the very top of the soil. So contrary to what we've been taught growing up our entire lives, you don't want to put every seed underneath the soil, especially with native plants. With crop stuff, it's a little bit different, but with native plants, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. And we have a tomato hornworm evidence right here. So this is the frass, which is the fancy word for caterpillar poop. And so let's see if we can find who's leaving that around here, because they're pretty cool looking. They're massive too. That one, it should be quite large. It's going to be like a light green, and they're real easy to miss sometimes, and then you're like, oh, how did I miss seeing that whenever you do find them, because they're large caterpillars. Let's see, so if he's pooping there, he might be somewhere here. And these are moths that will go dormant in the soil. So over the winter, this guy's eating this tobacco right now, but he's not going to be a moth this season. He's going to go dormant underneath the soil and then come out potentially later next year. Here's a tiny one. This one is a tiny one right here, but they can get, you know, they can get about this large. So this guy is really early on in his life, and there's that horn there on this side, that little black thing. And I feel like there's a bigger one around here, because some of this frass looks a little large for him. And we have not had a great year for monarchs. We have all this swamp milkweed, and we have some tropical milkweed, but it has been a rough year. I'm hardly seeing any adult monarchs. I'm hardly seeing any caterpillars. I've only seen a few this entire season. I've seen a lot more queen butterflies than traditional monarch butterflies. We did have a species of bumblebee discovered here on this property, just in that field right there, that was thought to have been extirpated from Oklahoma for a couple of years, until pollinator ecologists from Oklahoma University came out here and did some surveys, and they were able to discover that we had multiple populations of the two-spotted bumblebee here in Oklahoma, which would be Bombus bimaculatus. And so that's really cool that we're able to host multiple populations of this extirpated, thought to be extirpated bumblebee, just because we have this prairie remnant section here that we're just, you know, letting it do its thing. We burned it this season, but other than that, there's not a lot of maintaining outside of maybe getting rid of some of the invasives like Japanese honeysuckle. But it's really a self-sustaining system that we have here, and so it's obviously being utilized by all of our wildlife as well. I've never been stung by anything while I'm out here, and I've been out doing field work for a decade now, and I've never been stung by anything because I'm out in these wild areas where these flowers are at. And as long as you have some of their food around, that's a lot more useful to them than having to pick a fight with a giant compared to them. And so as long as you have some of these, you know, blooming flowers around, you know, the wasp and bees aren't ever going to harm you. Like with these bumblebees, I can touch this wasp right here flying right in front of me. Is not interested in stinging me. They're just looking for nectar, looking for prey on these nectar flowers. And so as long as you provide them, you know, a buffet of food, they're not going to bother you. And you can touch the bumblebees a lot of the time too when they're on here, just because they're so enamored with the amount of nectar that they're able to get and the pollen that they're able to get all over themselves. So yeah, don't be scared of wasps and bees. And it's a little messy. I've been cleaning up here the past couple days. Takes a lot of work whenever it's just kind of yourself doing a lot of it. But this is looking pretty nice in here. There's some stuff I would rather clean up. But let's look at This swamp milkweed's looking pretty nice over here. So all of this from here down to the end, these are all swamp milkweed plugs. Asclepias incarnata, and these particular ones are from just down near the gate where you drove in, but originally, genetically, these are from Tahlequah. From an old location I used to go to back whenever I had botany courses. So you can see the root systems are nice and robust. This one is ready to go. You got aphids on it. That's just some proof that we don't spray any herbicides or anything on it. And some people freak out when they see aphids like this. I don't worry about them ever. I don't spray anything on our plants ever, just because I know our native predators are going to come through here, like those ladybugs that we were talking about. But this one looks fantastic. Ready to go in the ground for sure. So if you're needing some swamp milkweed, I can spare some. And so all of this stuff in here, again, is collected natively from Oklahoma. I say that, and then this guy's looking right at me. This one is originally from Africa. It's just something fun I'm growing that somebody sent us some seeds of and asked if, you know, it was possible to grow this plant in Oklahoma. This is called giant milkweed. Calotropis gigantea, I believe is the scientific term. But that's just a fun one. Here we have green antelope horn milkweed. This is Asclepias viridis, and as you can see, they like to have a nice long deep root system, and so if you try to grow these in short containers, it's pretty much never going to be this healthy looking. So you need deep containers like this because they want to build their taproot down deep. If we had this plant as a seedling, you know, say when it was only that big, we would notice the root system could be this long, but it doesn't really turn into fibrous roots like this down here where there's multiple of them until about this point in the container. And so if we have a small container that's about that tall, there's no room for that initial root to travel down deepwards and then flay out into more fibrous root systems. And so container depth is one of the big things when thinking about native plants. And so some plants require a very deep container, but meanwhile others, you know, you can plant them just in these 50 cell ones like this. The reason we're able to grow this in here is because these plants don't have that taproot. And you can see, instead of going way deep down into the soil and then forming a root system, it forms it at the very top, because you have to think about where these plants are growing out in the wild. The one with the long deep taproot that likes to go deep is growing in very, very dry areas where there's not going to be a lot of moisture on the very top of the soil. But with this plant, swamp milkweed, it's growing in, as the name would imply, very swampy areas. And so when those seeds germinate in those ideal locations around pond edges and things like that, there's already an abundant amount of moisture at the top of the soil. And so evolutionarily, the root system has adapted to that. And so instead of going way deep down early on, it just turns into a fibrous root system early on to utilize all of that water around those local areas where these seeds are actually germinating. So you can learn quite a bit about these plants just talking about the root systems and just observing them even before they bloom. This is a cool plant. We had some volunteers from the college come by the other week, and this is the plant that they did a lot of transplanting on. So they were the ones that made all these nice trays for me. This is called frog fruit, Phyla nodiflora. And this one in particular actually is quite old. This one is... I got it in July last year, and I've just been recloning it over and over and over. And so genetically this plant is just from Lake Bixoma, 10 minutes to the east of us right now. But I love these flowers. I love the little crown of flowers. It's a host plant for common buckeye caterpillars, and so we'll have their caterpillars roaming all over this in the midsummer time. Very, very easy to propagate. And so whenever the college volunteers came, basically this is all I had them do. Take a section like this, preferably with clips or something like that, so you get a nice clean break. But just taking this open-ended here, and then just sticking that in dirt, and then ideally, if you could, get this section here and this section here, the root nodules touching soil. And so without all this other foliage there, I would have them make contact with that soil. I gave them some to take home, and just keep it moist for about a week, and this plant will root itself, send up other runners. And so it's a very resilient plant here in Oklahoma to grow, that people are always asking for as well. And I see some nurseries grow them in like little cup containers. I think this is by and far the more efficient way to do this, because you can pull these things out and basically lay them like a sod panel. It's like you're laying turf grass essentially after a few weeks with these root systems built up. Like that one there, I'm sure if we lift this one up, let's see if it all comes out nice like a piece of pie or something, or if it's still kind of, yeah, there we go. And so you can just lift this whole thing up, and then you could just plant this whole thing, or you could cut it in half, you could cut it into fourths, sixths. You can really just cut it like a pizza and then just put that all over the place. So you could have one giant section, or you can have 4 different smaller sections. You can really do whatever you want with this plant. It's a very good beginner plant. And this is a big part of what we do here. This is all the seeds that we've been collecting throughout not only this year, but last year and the year before, and possibly even years before that. And so he's going through and organizing these, cleaning these up, getting rid of as much of the chaff as possible, and then running these through our seed cleaning machine. So that way we can store these things for many generations, and then also distribute them to the tribes or the tribal individuals that are across the state of Oklahoma. And so as you can see, it takes quite a bit of work to get all this stuff, a lot of organization, but as long as you do it, like I said, you can grow these or keep these things quite preserved for many, many, many years. Let's look at, what is this? Oh, here's that tobacco plant we were looking at earlier. Look at how many seeds are in there. This is an insane amount of seeds. This would last you a lifetime, just in this little small cup. And then if you want to come in here, you can look at our seed cleaner machine, which is also another big, important part of what we do. So I don't have any seeds in here right now. Let's see, is this Delphinium carolinum? So this is a very fancy fan, essentially, the way this works. This is our seed cleaner machine. We got a grant for it a couple years ago, and this thing has, paid for itself within the first month of us having it because of how much time it saves in terms of man hours of cleaning stuff. So we originally sort of start using screens and sieves, and we get out as much of that as we can, but it takes a long, long time to do that. And so let's say, for example, let's just say senna. We were looking at senna earlier. Senna's got big old, large, round seeds because it's part of the bean species, or the bean family, the Fabaceae. And so we'll take those seed pods that we were looking at outside, we'll put them all in a bowl, we'll scrunch them all up, just run the seeds out of those pods, and then there can be a bunch of those extra bean pods still with the seeds, but then we just throw it in here, load it up in here, and the fan is actually going to be going upwards, and so all of the viable seeds are going to stay near the bottom of this tray. Meanwhile, all the dried leaves and the stems and the things that we don't want are all going to be a lot lighter, and so they're basically going to get blown up the tube, and you'd be amazed at how dense native seeds are. The center of a seed has a lot of weight to it because that's where all the moisture in that seed is still contained. Comparatively to the leaves and the sticks that happen to be collected with it, there's no moisture in those things. So as you can see, there's all the seeds at the very bottom, and what's really important about this machine as well is that it keeps all of the viable seeds and it gets rid of all the non-viable seeds. And so whenever bugs are predating upon a seed, they'll eat the center of the seed, and so that's where all the nutrition is at, all the sugars and the starches that they're looking for. So you pretty much can't really filter out those seeds that have been predated upon from your viable seeds unless you just go through and handpick every single one and look for which ones have holes in them, which is very, very time consuming and not very realistic. But what happens to those predated upon seeds, since they're eating the center of the seed, they're also eating all that density in that weight. And so those non-viable seeds are all going to be blown upwards as well with all the chaff that we were talking about. And I'm just going to let that run there, and I'll come back to it later. These are some of our plant cloners here, and so I really like these things. They got a silly name, Clone King. This thing cost, I think, like $60 or something, but you can make your own, really. And so what's happening here is that we took some cuttings of coral honeysuckle. This is Lonicera sempervirens, very big in demand here in Tulsa. It's got big old bright red flowers. You can eat the flowers. It's a host plant for hummingbird moths, which I really, really like, and so that's the primary reason I planted. And so these were originally cuttings a few weeks ago with no root system at all, but now these things are ready to be potted up. And so instead of growing this Lonicera sempervirens, this coral honeysuckle from seed, this is the way I propagate them because it's much easier, it's much more reliable, and it's much quicker. These things have been in here for 3 weeks, and so this is after 3 weeks of sitting in the Clone King. So I'm really trying to get, you know, everybody around Oklahoma into this kind of stuff. You can also use passion flower, Glandularia bipinnatophyta, the Dakota mock vervains. You can really experiment with this. Some Monarda species you can even put in here. I've done Zizia aurorea, the golden Alexanders I've had them root. The vines work really well. Mecania scandens does really well. The flowering thoroughwort or something, that's got a weird common name. Pipe vine does not work very well in this. The other yellow honeysuckle does not work well in this, and so you got to do a lot of trial and error to experiment and figure out which ones produce well. In the inside, it's nothing complicated at all. This is just a pump that it has 360 spray nozzles, and so all of these are just spraying 360 in a mist. This is just pure tap water down here. There's no additive, there's no rooting hormone at all, just from the sink. And we just leave this light on 24/7. We don't even turn it on and off. And I know from the moment I put these cuttings in here, I can come back 3 weeks later and I'm gonna have stuff like this. Thanks for coming out to the Uchi Butterfly Farm here in Bixby, Oklahoma. If you'd like to schedule a visit, you can email me, Brandon Gibson, at brandon@nativebutterflies.org.
On today's Muskogee gardening episode, we're going to talk about seed saving. I'm going to show you guys some of the seeds that we've been saving out here in our garden. I'll show you how you can tell when the seed is ready to be harvested and how to store it properly so that it germinates next summer. So as you can see, summer's coming to an end, unfortunately, and our garden is kind of also coming to an end. A lot of our summer crops are starting to produce a lot less and dry up. So before we pull all of our plants, we're gonna save seed from all of them so we can plant them next year. So I'll start with okra. This is a crimson okra, a red okra. As you can see, it's really tall, but it's also just starting to look sick and done. So I think it's ready to be pulled up and to harvest seed from. So when you're harvesting okra for seed, okra pods get really big really fast. So as you can see, this one right here, I've been leaving this one on the plant so that it dries out and we can collect seed from it. As you can see, it's brown, it's kind of crispy and hard. That means that it's ready to harvest. So I'm just gonna cut it off. And if you open it up and look inside, you can see all the okra seed ready to go. So it's important to let your fruit or your flowers dry on the plant. That's just going to ensure that your seed is mature and ready to be planted or ready to be stored for next year. So now we're at our herb bed. We grew a lot of basil, mint. We have some cilantro that's been done for a while back here. So we're also saving seed for these. Another intention that we have with our seed is to share some of our heirloom or our collected seed with Muskogee citizens or people in food deserts especially, so they can grow their own crops. We also have some like culturally significant plants that we're saving seed from that we also intend on sharing with the public. So whenever you're harvesting basil seeds, you'll want to look for these brown dried up seed pods again. See, I'll find a better one. So all of those are seeds. If you open it up, each one of these little flat circles has one seed inside of it. Let me see. Open it up. It's a little black seed right there. That one had 2. So when you harvest basil, I always just cut a few of these. A few of these is gonna have 60 plus seeds, which as you can see, basil, it's very abundant. The more you cut it, the more it's gonna produce. So you really don't need a whole lot of basil seed. I would say that's plenty to supply us for next season. I'll do the cilantro too. So our cilantro, I learned the hard way this season that cilantro is actually a cool season herb and not a summer herb. Our cilantro didn't last very long. It went to seed really, really fast. As you can see, it's completely done and dried. But each one of these is a cilantro seed. So we just cut a few of these little bundles off. You can even pull the seed off of the plant if you want. But those are good cilantro seeds. You can see these really pretty orange cosmos. One of my favorite things about growing from seed is the genetic diversity that you get. So even though you plant a bunch of different seeds and they're all the same plant, each seed is gonna grow and it's all gonna be a little bit different. So as you can see over here, these cosmos are like a bright solid orange, whereas these ones are like a striped yellowish orange. These came from the same seed pack and they're the same cosmo, but they just have a little bit of genetic variation. So that's something to keep in mind when you're collecting seed. I really like this striped one, so I want to make sure that I save seed from this one so that we have more like this next year. When you're harvesting cosmo seeds, they kind of do this little like starburst thing with their seeds so you know they're ready, kind of like this. Each of these little spikes is a seed. So there's 3 good seeds right there. Let's see. Here's another good one also. So these are Day of the Dead marigolds that we grew out here. Marigolds are a great companion plant because they attract ladybugs and they'll help control your aphid population. One important thing to note when you're harvesting for seed is you obviously want to look for a dried up flower head. That's going to tell you that the seed inside is probably mature, but you also want to make sure that most of the stem is brown. If most of the stem is still green, the seed probably isn't mature enough yet, but because this one's so brown and the flower head is obviously dead and done, I'm going to cut it off. And if you open up flowers, you can just literally open them and try to get to the center. There we go. So every single one of those little hairy looking things is a seed. It's important to note whenever you're planting your seeds what they look like, just so you can kind of remember what to look for when you're collecting seed. So there's one marigold seed right there. So we grew a lot of zinnias this summer, a lot of different colors. Saving seed from this one has been fun because we're really just saving the colors that we want to produce again next year. We really liked these yellow ones just because they're so tall and they make great cut flowers. So again, you're going to want to look for a dried seed head with a brown stem. That's going to mean the seed is done and ready to be planted. So you'll just cut that flower off. And again, we're going to try to open it to the center. So all of those little hairy things, those are all seeds. It's a lot of zinnia seed right there. So this sunflower has obviously been done for a while now. It's been an eyesore in our garden, but we've let it stay because we wanted to harvest it for sunflower seeds, and I think it's about ready now. So if you just look at the sunflower, you can see it does kind of look like the sunflower seeds you buy at the store. You can twist one off. I just kind of judge it by does it look like the seed from the store or not. Also, you'll want to test like the hardness or the firmness of it. I usually do this by biting it. And if it crunches, it's ready. You can open it. And it's got a beautiful and delicious little seed inside. So I think this sunflower is finally ready for harvest. It took it about a month or so to be ready, but so this is Euphorbia marginata, or snow on the mountain. This is a native flower or plant to Oklahoma. It's related to poinsettias. So all of these white that you see, it's actually leaves, it's not flowers. So the leaves turn into kind of this white border right here. It's really pretty. And it makes a great cut flower to put in a vase. So when the seed of these is ready to harvest, if you look closely, you'll kind of see these little green balls. Green ones are still fairly young. Those ones probably aren't ready to harvest, but if you look at this more mature one right here, you can see it even came open to release that seed. So this one is ready, so I'll just pull it off. And you can either open it yourself. Sometimes it's already open, and there's a good seed right there. Here's another one that's turning brown, so I would say that one's also ready. But again, you just open it up, and the seed is inside of there. Something that's also helpful when collecting seed is to kind of just look at the ground around the seed that you want to collect. Sometimes you'll find some good and viable seed down there. So as you can see, there's a lot of euphorbia debris down here, but there's also a lot of good seed. And you can see where some of these seed pods have come open, but like there's one right there. I think we briefly mentioned tobacco in our episode at the butterfly farm, but these tobacco plants are full of seed pods. So again, when it's dry and brown, not green like this one, that means it's ready. And if you just open it up, tobacco I love because one seed pod has so many seeds inside. Thousands and thousands of tiny seeds in that one seed pod. When people come to visit our garden and they're interested in growing tobacco, we usually just pull off one of these seed pods and give it to them. So underneath our euphorbia, you'll see we have a lot of snapdragons. These are actually a cool season flower. So I've been collecting seed from these so that we can plant them again in the spring. The way snapdragons flower is they flower kind of stacked on top of one another. But as you can see, again, it's brown and it's dry. That seed pod is probably ready to go. Snapdragon also has really, really tiny flowers, kind of like the tobacco. So if you open up, you can see all of those seeds inside. Thousands and thousands of seeds. Here's our little res dog. He lives on campus. So this bed was planted by our agroecology class during the summer. We were trying to demonstrate companion planting them and just showing them how to grow a bunch of different crops in one space. So as you can see in the middle, they grew corn, they grew amaranth and basil on the outer edges, and then there's just random crops in the middle like beans and tobacco, gourds, things like that. So we have New Mexico pinto beans growing out here. Whenever you're harvesting beans for seed, not to eat but for seed, it's important to let the bean pod dry while it's on the plant. So you can see this is like four different stages of the bean pod drying right now. So you can see like this fresh stage, it's kind of starting to dry and get mature down here at the end. It's turning purple. This one still has a lot of green in the middle, but purple on the edges. This one's more of like a brightish red purple, and this one is a lot drier. You can just tell in the consistency, but also it's a really, really dark shade of purple. So the darker the purple, the more ready it is to harvest. And then whenever it's brown, that means the seed is definitely ready to harvest. Also, if you bend it and it just cracks and crunches, that also means it's ready to harvest. You can see this one here opened on its own because it was just so dry and ready, and the beans are falling out onto the ground. So like I would pull this one off and just save the whole pod for seed. Or if you want to, you can open it and pull all the beans out and save them. Also with pinto beans, typically we dry these and eat them, rehydrate them to eat them. So this is actually a good time to harvest these beans to eat as well. If you don't want to eat them as like fresh green beans and you want to eat them as a dried pinto bean, this is when you would harvest, when that bean pod is brown and dry and crispy. Good seed. So once you have your seed collected, it's very, very, very important to correctly label your seed and also to write the year of when you collected it. So as you can see, these are Cosmos seeds that I collected. These are those orange Cosmos that we saw earlier. And then I just wrote 2024. That way you know how viable they are, how old they are. We have some seeds that have been donated to us that are like 20 plus years old and weren't stored properly, so they're probably not viable. So that's just important to know if you plan on giving your seed away. So once you have all your seed collected and packaged, for summer crops, you want to store them in the fridge. So you want to try to mimic nature as much as possible. Summer crops grow in the warm season, so as the soil starts to warm up in nature, those summer crop seeds will start germinating. So it's important to keep your summer crops in the fridge for storage. That cold air is going to cause your seeds to go dormant and to kind of hold on to all their energy until they warm up again. Once they start to feel warm temperatures next year, they're going to know that it's time for them to grow and germinate. So we store all of our seeds in the fridge. Not really super organized, but as you can see, we have all of our summer crops in here, all of our cover crops. It's just a good place to keep your seeds so that way they're dormant and they're not too warm and ready to germinate. So this is our Three Sisters garden on campus. It's kind of like our secret getaway. It's in a secluded area, not really near the rest of the buildings. So this summer we grew a big Three Sisters garden out here, corn, bean, and squash. We did cucumbers because we ran out of squash, which we've since harvested, so that's why you don't really see much out here right now. Right now we're just doing a little sorghum run just to, you know, try it out and see if we can do it. But yeah, this is our Three Sisters garden. So I think every summer we're just gonna try to grow a bigger and a bigger Three Sisters crop out here. And I think every year we'll get even better and better. So this is freshly harvested sorghum. You can see it got chopped off the plant. Whenever it gets this like red, beautiful red, it's also kind of dry and crispy too when you touch it. That's how you can tell that sorghum seed is ready. So each one of these little circles is a seed. Sorghum seed is also very resilient and very strong. You can literally just kind of take the seed off of this and just throw it out in the field and the sorghum is going to come up. It kind of likes to be abused and thrown in fertile soils, you could say. So we're out here with DJ Sanders. He's a student here at the College of the Muskogee Nation, and he's also my garden work study, so he works out in the garden with me. He does a lot of good things here at the college, and we're just going to talk about sorghum. So we planted some sorghum out here at our Three Sisters garden. DJ's just going to kind of tell us about the significance of sorghum in Seminole culture and some of its uses and why this is such an amazing plant.
It's Jay, don't go. My name's Daniel Sanders, I'm Seminole, Beaver Clan, and today I'm going to talk to you about sorghum. Originating in Africa, sorghum has been grown and cultivated for thousands of years. It has several different uses, commonly used to feed livestock, but you can also make bread and porridge from it. But my personal favorite is sorghum syrup. To make sorghum syrup, you harvest the stalk, you squeeze the juice out, boil and cook it, process it, and it's syrup. If you've never tried it, my go-to snack is sorghum syrup on top of a nice looking piece of hot fry bread. It's believed that the Seminoles started growing sorghum in the 18th century after they traded agricultural practices with escaped slaves who would later become known as the Black Seminoles. or also by trading with European settlers that would have also grown sorghum in the southeast United States. Sorghum is a drought-tolerant crop that can survive in poor soil conditions, which would have been highly beneficial to the Seminoles as they were moved deeper into Florida or after resettlement in Oklahoma, which both locations have a different climate and different soil conditions than in the ancestral homelands of the Muskogee, which would make sorghum the perfect crop for the Seminoles to grow to adapt to new environments. The capital of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, Wewoka, a Muskogee word meaning barking water, holds their annual sorghum festival every fourth Saturday in Wewoka, Oklahoma. It has live music, food, many vendors, and it's open to the public, and everybody is welcome to attend. I see sorghum as a symbol of resiliency to the Seminole people, a symbol of survival, adaptation, and resistance. Whether you call yourself an Oklahoma Seminole, a Florida Seminole, Independent Seminole, Black Seminole, Miccosukee, or Muskogee, we must realize that we are the unconquerable.
Mado for watching today's episode of the gardening series. If you're interested in gardening and want to ask some questions or just come visit our garden, we're open to the public every Thursday from 11 to 12. Also, if you're interested in obtaining any of our seeds, one of the goals of CMN Extension is to actually start a seed bank or a seed program where we provide seeds of either culturally significant crops or even just food crops to Muskogee citizens. This is with the goal of getting you guys connected to culturally significant crops, but also trying to end food deserts and just get some more food sovereignty, grow our own foods, grow our own medicines, and in turn get it more in touch with the culture, but also just be healthier. On today's final episode of the season of Muskogee Gardening Series, we're just going to show you guys just some visuals of us digging up our garden, digging up some of our beds and getting them ready for the cool season. I'll also show you guys some amendments that you can add to your soil to help keep it warm during the winter. And I'll also show you guys some of the winter crops that we're planning on growing as well. So this bed right here, we had cantaloupes growing in it, which we've since pulled up. We also kind of had a problem with aphids and squash bugs on our cantaloupes. So we did a layer of diatomaceous earth, which is this right here. Usually comes with a duster like this also, and you can just dust it on your soil surface. What this is going to do is it's obviously going to add organic matter to your soil, which is always a good thing, but it also helps kill bugs. So what happens is tiny bugs will crawl on the surface of your soil over this diatomaceous earth, and you can't tell by looking at it now, but it's actually really sharp on a microscopic level, so it literally cuts the bodies of insects up as they crawl across it. So we use that. We also are planning on adding manure and compost to our soil. You can buy this at the store, or you can make your own out of like chicken manure and food scraps, things like that. But you would just add this to the surface layer of your soil. And what this is going to do is it's going to add more organic matter to your soil, which is always a good thing. And it's also going to help improve your water holding. So it's going to help your soil hold on to water during those cooler months. And it's also going to help keep your roots warm on your plants. It's going to add warmth to your soil also. So for most plants, they usually root into the upper, I say 25 to 30 centimeters of your soil. So that topsoil layer is very important. You want to have a topsoil layer that promotes root growth as much as possible. As you can see here, this has kind of dried out, so it's become compacted. So the more organic matter, the more compost, manure, plant material, mulch, things like that, the more organic matter in your soil, the better it's going to be for root growth. Organic matter is just going to help make the soil a lot more breathable. It's also going to add nutrients to your soil, so as that organic matter breaks down, it's going to release nutrients into your soil, and that's going to become available to plants. This is really good compost. If you look closely, you can see kind of these white, hairy looking pieces in the soil. Those are actually called mycorrhizae. They're a beneficial fungi. What these are going to do is they're going to connect to your plant roots and kind of act like as an extension of your plant roots, and they're just going to help aid your plants in taking up more nutrients, more water, things like that. So there's some good mycorrhizae right there. That's what you want to see in your soil, in your compost, in your top layer. A lot of mycorrhizae. That's going to go a long way for your plant roots. I'm going to stand on the bed. And then we'll just kind of work to mix this in. So this is pretty labor intensive. In our garden, this is fine because we don't have a huge amount of space, and we have a lot of labor from students. So this is actually a really labor intensive way of doing it. In a lot of larger farm settings, they usually have equipment that does this for them. But we have time and healthy bodies here, so we can do it this way. Adding organic matter to your soil will also help reduce compaction, so it'll help reduce all of this big, clumpy, hard, impermeable blocks that we have. Organic matter is going to help aggregate the soil in a way that is a lot more breathable for plant roots. So again, we really just want to amend like that top soil layer. Those first few inches of soil are very crucial for plant development. So I would just water this in really good a few times, and I would say this is a good bed that's ready to go for the cool season. So here's some of our cool season crops that we're going to plant in our garden. We have them hardening off or acclimating to the outdoor temperatures because these have been in our greenhouse for a while. And we've had them out here for a couple of days now, so we might actually move them into the garden today. But we have some turnips, purple top turnips. I think these ones are parsnips. Oh, these are also turnips. These are a good root vegetable. We're really mostly growing these. Our plans with our turnips and our parsnips and our beets, just root vegetables that nobody's really excited about. Our plan with those is to plant them as a border around our garden beds. This is an effort to reduce choofy or bunny infiltration into our garden. We had a lot of issues with choofies coming in and eating our melons and eating our cucumbers and things like that. So we're actually going to plant a border crop just for the choofies, so that way maybe they'll kind of stop right there and won't get any further into our garden. They also love beans. They destroyed a lot of our beans this year too. These are purple whole peas. So these are actually used in a traditional Muskogee food called chatahaga. They use the dark color holes to create the pigment in chatahaga. So these ones people are really excited about. And then over here we have some broccoli. This is Romanesco broccoli. So the broccoli crown isn't what we typically expect, like the broccoli we buy at the store. This one's a lot more geometric, so it looks really cool. We've got a lot of our cool season seedlings in here. We've got some cabbage varieties. We've got some beets, some mustard greens. Here's some more cabbage over here. This one's a pak choi cabbage. We also have carrots. Lots of carrots ready to go. Root vegetables, so things like carrots, onions, potatoes. parsnips and turnips, like we mentioned earlier, those all do really well in the cool season. Those all grow really well in the cool season, especially if you amend your soil so that it stays warm. You can grow carrots or root vegetables almost all winter. We also have some onions over here. We have red, white, and yellow onions. Lettuce, got a few different varieties of lettuce and kale also. And as far as flowers in the cool season, some flower varieties that do well in the winter are things like pansies, violas. We're gonna grow crimson clover. So we all know clover with their little 3 leaves, but it also has a really, really pretty big red flower in the early spring. So we're gonna use crimson clover as kind of a cover crop where our flowers would normally be. Also cilantro. Cilantro is an herb that you can grow in the cool season, so we're gonna try growing that this year. So once we get all of these winter crops out of the greenhouse and transplanted into the garden, our plan is to start another round of summer crops in the greenhouse immediately after, with the intention of keeping them in the greenhouse so we can continue to get summer crops from indoors all winter long. So we grew 3 different types of watermelon in this bed. We did Black Diamond, Hannah Yellow, and Congo. And over here, you can see one of each of all 3, like they popped up. So here's the Black Diamond and the Hannah Yellow and the Congo. I was just telling you how bad it is.
I can't smell them really.
Oh, it's hot one. The dead one.
Squash bugs are getting smarter.
They probably are kind of smart. Yeah, pull it.
Do we have a book?
Oh yeah.
Bueno, Mulata. Yeah, no, we didn't throw anything.
Should we do with these?
Eat 'em.
Eat them with glizzies tomorrow?
Like glizzies?
With glizzies.
Oh.
Actually, yeah.
I've never put peppers on my hot dog,
You know that sounded unappealing.
but peppers on your glizzy.
What about these?
Spicy
Those
glizzy.
are beautiful. Now smile. Mado for watching this season of the gardening series. So these are all the flowers that we cut from our garden. We cut every single flower in our garden before we dug up our flower plants. We're gonna have a flower sale Monday, September 23rd from 8:30 to 4:30 or until we run out of flowers. We'll be set up in front of the administration building or in front of the main building on campus here at the College of the Muskogee Nation. And all of the money that we raise is going to go towards our environmental science club, so our student organization out here on campus. We'll be selling arrangements in mason jars, kind of like this. They'll be $5, cash preferred. And yeah, so come out and buy your wife some flowers, buy your mom some flowers, and it really makes their day. It's crazy how such a small gesture can really brighten up somebody's day. So come out, buy some flowers, support our club, support the college, and Mado for watching.
Okay, guys. TY Pro, you put in there 2,080 absentee votes cast. Where'd you get that from? I'm just curious because I didn't see that on their Facebook page anywhere, and I'm just curious as to where that info is coming from. And then I had told you guys earlier that we would go through the... Oh, David, I'll send you an email. We'll see if we can work that out. We would go through the history of that do-over election a little bit, just kind of in a compressed thing. So let's do that real quick while we're waiting. We're just waiting on these results to come in. If you guys see those Facebook results come in while I'm doing this, stick it into the chat, and I will go right, as soon as I see that comment, I'll go right over there and start doing that and get that up. Because I can't look at both things at the same time. Hold on just a second. View. Okay, all right. And then let's go full screen on the, what? Yes, okay. Actually, I got it right here. Let's refresh it and see what this is. So they don't have anything yet on their Facebook page. Will Lowe page posted. I don't know if I can see his page. Did he, Tulsa Town, did he post a picture of the count, the door count or something? Like where did Will Lowe get that number? You know, like is he posting it in a comment or, cause that's kind of strange that they, you know, guys, I would just, until we can confirm that with something to figure out where that number comes from, it's still up for debate. I don't know where Will's getting his information from, if he got notified. He posted the absentee ballot results. Where are those? Are they not on the election board's Facebook page? Because I don't see them on the election board's Facebook page. Yeah, that's my question, David. Anyway, if you guys have a link to that, you know, anywhere on the web or anything, just stick it into the chat and we'll go through it. I'm just going to stick to taking stuff from the election board's Facebook page because that's the thing that I've been told is the official thing, right? Okay, but someone posted them online. Well, hey, guys, until we substantiate where those things are coming from, let's try to not, you know, like that even the election board's results, when they do come in, are going to be unofficial. But we don't know for sure if whoever's posting, wherever they're posting it, is real or not. Election board has posted the absentee results. Well, I'm right there on their page and I don't see it. No results here. What am I missing, guys? This is the same post that's been up for a while. Is it posted on their website or something? Let me go up here and see. I don't see anything. Where did the election board post that, Ella? Yeah, JR, they're not going to be official. Even when the election board posts it to their Facebook, they will be the unofficial results until after the period that people can contest in the results of the election. They become official. I think it's after the, what is that? Friday is the 25th or the 26th. So after 5 p.m. on the 26th, that's when they'll be official wherever they're coming from. I'm just curious as to where you guys are seeing this stuff because I don't see it on their Facebook page. If candidates are posting results, though, it's unofficial website. It's up on the website? Which one? Their website? Because I'm at their website too, and I don't see the results there. Is it on the Creek Nations website? Let me look on the Creek Nations website. See if it's up here. I don't see it on there. Ella, if you got a link, you can just copy it and just post it in there. I'm cool with it. You know, if it's not letting you do that for some reason, just let me know and we'll work out a workaround, because I don't see it anywhere. I don't see the results anywhere. So that makes me leery about what, repeating them when I can't see where they're coming from, if that makes any sense. But what we were talking about, though, is the 2019 election. Earlier in the chat, we were talking about there was a do-over. David was asking, we did a do-over, and I was just going to go through that really quick. If we go to the Supreme Court's website, we can go final opinions. We can go down to 2019 Facebook election board results on their page. Sorry, guys. Ella's saying they're on their page, but I don't see them. Let me pop it up for you guys. This is their page. I'm going to refresh it right now. We don't got them. I don't see any there. So what am I doing wrong here, guys? Well, besides that, hold on. Did I miss something? Tulsi Town saying he posted unofficial pages that look like they were posted on a door. Okay, so it might be those. It might be those printouts that we were talking about earlier. In past years, the election workers have printed out some the printouts from the voting machines and stuck them on the door. So maybe that's what you're talking. Is that what you're talking about, Ella? Anyway, back to where we were. I'm going to just keep rolling. So final opinions here. Again, we are on the Supreme Court's website. We are looking at 2019 final opinions. You can see here, election recount petition of Lucian Tiger, order and opinion filed, yada, yada. Let's click it. Let me zoom in here a little bit. I was going to go down here real quick. No. So, and this is just a recap of what happened when Lucian Tiger filed a petition to challenge the election, right? It says on Friday, September 27, 2019, a petition for recount was submitted to the clerk of the Muskogee Creek Nation Supreme Court on behalf of Lucian Tiger, a candidate for principal chief of the Muskogee Creek Nation, so on and so forth. Petitioner requested a recount of absentee ballots cast for the election of principal chief. So I'm going to skip down here. It says the court heard testimony from members of the election board detailing how the absentee ballot transfer cases were processed and secured. Additionally, the court heard from Light Horse police officers concerning how the absentee ballot transfer cases were moved from the counting location on election night to the Light Horse police office for storage. I'm going to skip down here and cut to the chase. Let's see, where is the... Hold on, guys. And you guys can read this if you go to the Supreme Court's website. It's on there. So in this situation, the transfer case containing absentee ballots was opened and two broken red security straps, similar in nature to red straps found on either end of the stored transfer cases, were discovered inside the ballot transfer case. The court questioned members of the election board about the broken red straps and requested an explanation for their inclusion inside the absentee ballot transfer case. Election board representatives hypothesized that certain hand-counted ballots might not have yada, 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 yada. So basically, there were some problems with how the absentee ballots were secured. The end of this case resulted in this. It is further ordered that the September 21st, 2019 primary election is hereby deemed null and void. It is further ordered that the election board shall schedule a new primary election for all offices up for election in 2019 to take place within 60 days of this judgment. It is further ordered that in accordance with yada yada, all funds paid, petitioner shall be refunded, so on and so forth. So that's what I was talking about when I was mentioning the do-over. So Lucian filed a challenge. The challenge went through to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court found that the court, after hearing all the evidence, could not deem that the ballots had not been tampered with, right, because of these straps issues that they found. So they said, we just got to do the whole thing over again. And that's what I was talking about in the chat when I was saying, I hope we don't have to do that. That is a nightmare scenario. Okay, so Ella is saying that yes, it's a door. I sent your messenger, David, where... Okay, you guys are just talking about that. We still do not have any results on the the election board's Facebook page. So I'll put it to you guys. Do you, I think, let me see where we were at with the playlist. I don't remember where we were at. We were pretty far down here. I think we're on season 2, episode 1. So we've got 3 more episodes of the gardening. Do you guys want to finish the gardening? Do you want to try a different playlist? Do you want to look at some what is videos? Those like the permanent fund or per capita distribution or blood quantum, those type of things. We could watch that. We could also do, in case you missed it, if you guys want to watch some stomp dance footage and stuff from festival, those type of things. Let me know in the chat what you guys would want to do. If you want to have me stay up here and we could talk about whatever subjects you want to talk about or do any deep dives on anything, we can also do that. Just let me know. Because we are at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. We've been streaming. We started at 6 o'clock. So that means that 2 hours and 45 minutes is how long the polls have been closed. I think that's right. Yes. Is that right? Yes. 2 hours and 45 minutes. The polls have been closed for 2 hours and 45 minutes, so we're still waiting. What else were we talking about, you guys? Let me look at the chat really quick. And for you guys that are watching this and maybe aren't watching the chat, there's been a discussion here because Will Lowe apparently posted a picture of a printout of the voting results from, what was it? Was it Muskogee or Okmulgee? Probably Okmulgee because that's where he's running. Of those, that printout of those results, and there were some numbers as far as what the machines, how many absentee ballots or something had gone through there. I can't go to his page on here, I don't think. Well, let me look really quick and see if I can. We'll just look, guys. Because I don't know. Maybe Muskogee. Let's try this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 25 minutes. Let's pop this up. Now, I want to tell you guys, this isn't coming from us. This is coming from Will Lowe's Facebook page, but we've got something here we can look at. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so what are we looking at here? It looks like we've got, I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you? Shoot. Maybe I got to zoom in here. This is some type of printout. This says absentee only. This isn't what they stick on the door. Somebody's showing him this. Somebody's showing him this. Has this already been posted yet? No. Okay. So, sorry. This is what happens when you don't log into Facebook. Let me look here. What is this signature page? There's a piece of tape, so maybe he did pull it off of the door. Well, I'm still kind of hesitant in covering this just because I don't know where this is coming from, but we'll look at it anyway. Let me go back to the previous. No. Dang you, Facebook! me try one more time. Okay, let's go here. So this is showing Sandra Golden on the absentees is at 57%. Patrick Freeman or Cody Randall Phillips on the absentees is at 63%. James Factor is at 57%, and this is saying absentee voting. I can't scroll down on this. Anyway, do you guys TY Pearl saying the absentee vote total ran at 8:50 p.m. today from what was posted. Okay, so maybe they're fixing to put it on there. Well, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Hold on, let me come back in. So that's what this says. I don't know where this document came from other than Will's posting it. And it's got some signature stuff on it. Let me see if I can see at the top there what is going on. Is there anything else here? No. But if you guys want to look at that, it's on Will's campaign page. You can see there that he's got a Facebook page. I cannot vouch for any of that information. I don't know where he got it from. His post says absentee election results are in for the Muskogee Creek Nation National Council seat B, but that's not, they aren't in because they haven't posted them. You know, they haven't posted them on their page. So this would be a good thing for the election board. If anybody from the election board's watching our live stream or any national council member is to find out why Will's got it before the election board's posting it. I don't know if that's good or not. So we'll see. Well, let's see if he's posting it. Let me look at Will's election. I'm just curious. Sorry, guys. It's not that page. Oh, Lord. I hate Facebook, guys, if you don't know that already about me. All right. Well, anyway, you guys know where to find that particular deal. We are still waiting on the results to get posted to their deal. There is a storm rolling in. I can hear the rain. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'm gonna be quiet. Can you guys hear that rain? Anyway, it's blowing in right now. And with that, while we're still waiting on results to come on their Facebook page, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to watch some more The Last of the Gardening? I think we've got 3 more episodes of the gardening show. Do you want to watch some What Is stuff? Do you want to watch some In Case You Missed It, Stomp Dance stuff? Or do you want to keep me on here? If you want to keep me on here, give me a topic. Let's, whatever you want to talk about while we're doing this. From the vault. Okay, so because of the process of how I set up everything this time, and because in previous years we had complaints about From the Vault, I didn't load any From the Vault videos into our deal. I can play them on here on YouTube and show them to you guys. The problem's going to be there's commercials in there. I just don't like to do that if I can try not to do it. You keep talking. Okay. What do you guys want to talk about? David Ware says, I don't see how Will got that before everybody else, and he's a candidate. I don't either. How many have signed the Remove Judges petition? I don't know about that. What do we got? What could we talk about? Let's see. Oh, well, I can give you this. I'm going to do a lawyered up sometime this next week or sometime about this, but if you guys follow that stuff, the Ron Graham's Friedman case at the federal level has been dismissed, and it was dismissed because Mr. Graham filed a motion to dismiss it without prejudice, and the judge granted that motion. And previously in that case, you guys may remember if you follow Lawyered Up, that where that case was is last year in November, Mr. Graham filed a motion for there to be a stay in that case until the Supreme Court at the Creek Nation made their decision in the Freedman case, the Grayson Kennedy case before them, the Freedman case. And then after that decision was handed down from the Creek Nation Supreme Court, that's when Mr. Graham made his motion to drop his federal case, which the judge granted. Now, it was dismissed without prejudice, which means it can be brought again, but that's an update there. What else did I have? I'm just looking on my board back here. The Rogers test. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about, you may have seen in the chat the St. Cloud test and the Rogers test for native citizenship. And what those are is they're a schemata that the court uses for itself to determine if a defendant in a case is a Native American, right? And I'm going to do a deeper dive on it and talk about it a little bit. I don't know if we can go into it here. What else do I have coming up? You guys want to talk? Let's see. Let me check this again. No, nothing yet. I don't have anything to talk about right now, unfortunately. I'm just going to put up some video, and when we have an update, we'll go there. We'll do a short playlist. This is going to be like, these videos are all a couple of minutes long or so, and they're going to go one after another, right? But they're all just doing basic explanations of stuff. Some of them they're kind of older videos, so they may have information that's out of date. Like, for instance, there's one about the 1866 treaty that was done pre-McGirt. So there's no, like the whole thing that happened with McGirt and all that isn't in the video. So just keep that in mind. But we'll take a look at it and see what's going on while we're waiting.
This is known as per capita distribution. How does per capita Muskogee Media presents, what are per capita payments? Much of the revenue utilized by the Muskogee Creek Nation government is from casino operations. Profits from the MCN casinos fund many programs and services provided to citizens. But it is also possible for the net profits from these operations to be distributed to MCN citizens directly. This is known as per capita distribution. How does per capita distribution work, and what are the requirements for a tribe to conduct such distributions? In 1988, the United States Congress passed the National Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. This act contains the regulations under which all Native American casinos operate, and established the National Indian Gaming Commission. The United States Department of the Interior has issued regulations regarding per capita distributions of Native American casino profits. Per capita payments are defined by these regulations as, quote, the distribution of money or other thing of value to all members of the tribe, or to identified groups of members, which is paid directly from the net revenues of any tribal gaming activity. This definition does not apply to payments that have been set aside by the tribe for special purposes or programs, such as payments made for social welfare, medical assistance, education, housing, or other similar specifically identified needs. End quote. According to these regulations, Native American tribes are not required to make per capita distributions under the IGRA, and if they elect not to, the tribes can still use the profits to fund tribal government operations or programs, provide for the general welfare of the tribe and its members, promote economic development, and donate to charitable organizations or local government agencies. Department of the Interior regulations require that if a tribe does make per capita distributions, that tribe must submit a tribal revenue allocation plan to the Secretary of the Interior for approval. This allocation plan must include reserving adequate funding for tribal government, as well as tribal economic development, donations to charitable organizations and local government. In addition, the tribal revenue allocation plan must include information and criteria for accounting of disbursements, as well as dispute resolution and utilization or creation of a tribal court system. Per capita distributions can be made to only an identified group of members instead of all members of a tribe, but this must be justified and not violate federal or tribal law. For more information regarding these regulations or per capita distribution, contact the United States Department of the Interior Office of Indian Gaming at 202-219-4066 or visit the National Indian Gaming Commission at www.nigc.gov. Muskogee Media presents What is Blood Quantum? Every Muskogee Creek Nation tribal citizenship card has a notation for blood quantum, but this notation is not determined by scientific analysis or genetic DNA testing. What is the origin of blood quantum in relation to MCN citizenship, and how is it determined? Tribal citizenship in the Muskogee Creek Nation is defined in the MCN Constitution, Article 3, Section 2 as, quote, persons eligible for citizenship in the Muskogee Creek Nation shall consist of Muskogee Creek Indians by blood, whose names appear on the final rolls as provided by the Act of April 26, 1906, and persons who are lineal descendants of those Muskogee Creek Indians by blood whose names appear on the final rolls as provided by the Act of April 26, 1906, except that an enrolled member of another Indian tribe, nation, band, or pueblo shall not be eligible for citizenship in the Muskogee Creek Nation. End quote. The act mentioned in the passage is entitled An Act to Provide for the Final Disposition of the Affairs of the 5 Civilized Tribes in the Indian Territory, and for other purposes. This act, passed by the United States Congress, established a date for the closing of the final rolls of the citizens and freedmen of the 5 Civilized Tribes, also known as the Dawes Rolls. The Dawes Rolls were compiled by the Dawes Commission, which did so for the purposes of establishing land claims during the allotment process. In order for individuals to enter the Dawes Rolls, they had to fill out an application for an enrollment card. Blood quantum was determined by the Dawes Commission based on an application submitted by each individual that would include various documents such as birth records and death records. If approved, the individual would be entered into the roll with a notation of tribal affiliation, roll number, name, age, sex, blood, and card number. Individuals were not allowed to enroll in more than one tribe. The blood notation on this roll was the blood quantum later found in tribal citizenship enrollment and qualifications. There were issues with this process due to its implementation. According to the Oklahoma Historical Society, quote, the series of problems with this group of records stems from certain individuals or families being enrolled by the federal courts, which did not have the jurisdiction to determine who was a citizen and who was not. Moreover, many non-citizens were enumerated who were in fact intruders residing within a particular tribe. The tribal officials fought the enrollment and enumeration and contested the right of the federal courts in Indian Territory conferring tribal citizenship. After much debate, the Secretary of the Interior wisely sided with the tribes. Thus, the census and enrollment of 1896 was disregarded and would not be used as a basis for enrollment within the tribes. With the latest defensive move by the tribes, the commissioners representing the Dawes Commission sought congressional assistance to force the 5 civilized tribes to negotiate agreements to prepare a final roll and eventual allotment of lands. In June 1898, the Curtis Act was passed by Congress, which forced the tribes to treat with the Dawes Commission. The 1896 enrollments were scrapped due to inaccurate data. Unfortunately, those individuals who had citizenship conferred by the federal courts were in most cases not notified that their citizenship had been overturned. This led to a variety of legal issues that ultimately prevented large segments of non-citizens from being enrolled by the commission, as only the tribes had the authority to determine who was a citizen. End quote. Blood quantum requirements currently limit the number of MCN citizens that can hold office in the tribal government. According to the MCN Constitution, Article 3, Section 4, quote, "Full citizenship in the Muskogee Creek Nation shall be those persons and their lineal descendants whose blood quantum is 1/4 or more Muskogee Creek Indian, hereinafter referred to as those of full citizenship. All Muskogee Creek Indians by blood who are less than 1/4 Muskogee Creek Indian by blood shall be considered citizens and shall have all rights and entitlement as members of the Muskogee Creek Nation except the right to hold office." End quote. These requirements for citizenship are constitutional and would require a vote of all MCN citizens to be amended.
Downtown Tulsa is home to the Creek Nation Council Oak Park, location of the Council Oak tree. Lojaboga tribal town leaders in the 1830s selected the tree as the location to place the coals and ash from their sacred fires they brought with them during removal. The Muskogee people had a custom of naming locations they settled in Indian territory after tribal towns and villages in their homelands. They called the town that sprung up around the Council Oak Tallahassee, which means Old Town, after a significant village complex in the Creek Confederation. The name was shortened to Tallahassee and eventually became Tulsa. The original site was later broken up by the allotment process, and the parcels where the oak resided were bought by Tulsa oilman Harry Sinclair. The oak grew free from jeopardy on the grounds of the Sinclair mansion for many years until 1968, when a Texas businessman named J. Paul Little sought to have the tract zoned for a parking lot. Little had agreed to preserve the tree if a parking lot was developed, but protests from residents of the area put the move on hold. The protesters had a plan to trade city-owned land in the Boulder Park area for a tract that held the council oak. The protesters, led by John Harvey, had also secured the support of W.E. Doty McIntosh, who was principal chief of the Creek Nation at that time. Little formally agreed to the proposed deal, but on December 14, 1971, a group of landowners near Boulder Park filed suit in district court, alleging that the city did not have the authority to carry out the trade and the plan would depreciate the value of their own property. On July 7, 1972, Judge William Means ruled that the city did have the authority to do the trade, but another wrinkle had appeared. While everyone waited for Means' decision, it was discovered that two separate Texas banks held mortgages on the Council Oak property, and the deed could not be delivered due to a threatened foreclosure. Alamo National Bank of San Antonio claimed that Little was behind in payments on his $65,000 mortgage. Security State Bank of Pearsall, Texas, held a mortgage for $150,000 on the same property. This meant that in order for the trade to happen, the foreclosure would have to be sorted, and the land would have to be bought by a party that was still willing to swap it for the Boulder Park parcel. The land was eventually cleared for a sheriff's sale and was purchased on October 2, 1973 by a group of Tulsa real estate developers for $114,350. The purchasing group consisted of Nat Hinshaw, Noel Eden, and Ira Cruz. The group had made the deal with the express purpose of saving the Council Oak, and the swap was back on. On February 19, 1974, the Tulsa City Commission formally traded deeds, and the city took ownership of the Council Oak site. On September 29, 1976, after a review of the submitted application, the Creek Council Tree site was added to the National Register of Historic Places. In January of 1980, the city placed lightning rods in the Council Oak to protect the tree from damage. Later that year in May, a beautification project was started that resulted in the installation of a sprinkler system, landscaping, and a wrought iron fence. On October 26, 1986, a ceremony was held to commemorate the Council Oak, where Muskogee Creek Nation Principal Chief Claude Cox and other city and state officials declared the day to be Creek Nation Council Oak Tree Day. This became an annual event on the site that continues to the present. Recently, at the March 21st meeting of the Tulsa Indian Affairs Commission, the Tulsa Riverview Neighborhood Association presented some concerns about the Council Oak Park. The Tulsa Riverview Neighborhood Association is a group of homeowners and businesses that surround the Council Oak Park and seek to protect the neighborhood's historical nature, as well as build and promote the community. According to the association's president, Chris McCabe, the park has fallen into disrepair.
To me, what I've come to really be disappointed in, not only that I didn't know the story, but the city of Tulsa in general, most of our citizens don't know the story. And over the years, in the 6 years that I've lived here, just see the park come into disrepair, which to me, I don't know how else to interpret that as a lack of concern from the city, a lack of honoring.
Okay. There's a misunderstanding, David. So what's happening is I'm here in the studio, right? And I'm just explaining this to David because he was asking I thought it would be easier if I just explained. I've got a computer that's acting as a VCR. It has a bunch of videos in it. And so what I'm doing is playing videos. I'm still here while that video is playing. See, it's playing here. Like, let me show you.
That sacred spot.
See?
To allow it to.
And then the voice in the video is me.
I mean, they're at one point it's obvious.
So if it's confusing, that's how I'm able to chat at the same time as I'm playing pre-record videos. Okay, so I just wanted to explain that because David was asking. I don't know if my messages in the chat were getting across. Anyway, so we're gonna go back. Sorry, guys.
Some intentionality to create some kind of memorial with the flame statue and then even Stickball Park across the street from it. Like, there was intention there, but I don't know if there was ever plans for continual maintenance of this park. And it's just, I've just seen it kind of devolve. We kind of see this as like a 3-phase project. Phase 1 being restoring the park to its original state when it was put together back in the early 2000s. All the vegetation that is native vegetation, there's a lot of intentionality about what kind of was planted there, all pretty much dead. All the signage that shows what that vegetation was is faded out. You can't read any of it. There's repairs that need to be done to the monuments that are literally crumbling. Tiles falling off. There's some stone monuments that tell the story of Stickball. Just they're literally crumbling in disrepair. There's no more lights that shine onto the tree or the flame monument. They're all gone, broken off. One of the statues, Stickball statues, is actually broken. There's this the bronze of the flames is completely tarnished. The plaques that tell the story completely tarnished, where you can't even hardly read the story being told on that. And then the actual signage to the park has deteriorated and it's peeling and falling apart. So those things, this is a city park. The maintenance of that park is supposed to be done allocated through city funds. So really phase 1 is us as a neighborhood kind of encouraging those funds to be allocated and the city to do its job to maintain the park. So phase 2 is where we see private donations and funds being integral to what we'd love to see happen. We have a person here in the neighbor that has already given an $8,000 matching pledge. So like I was telling you, I'm deeply saddened that this story is undertold, underknown. We really want to bring it into the presence of the citizens of Tulsa, where they know that it's here, what it means, and where those that lost their lives on the Trail of Tears are properly memorialized in a meaningful way. This is a sacred spot. And so promoting it we want to build a website that has an educational piece that can be used for school trips, that really tells a story, maybe even have some QR codes on the site where you could, pull up more information about it. We want to, develop some social media stuff. Thirdly, we'd really like to do a mural somewhere downtown. There's nothing that exists that tells a story of the tree. And I just think it would be awesome to have the whole side of a building with Creek Council oak tree on it. And that's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars to do something like that, probably tens of thousands. We really want to make a drive for this, not all of the Riverview neighborhood, but this little section that's kind of 18th and Boston, that encompasses Dreamkeepers Park and the Council Oak Tree and that kind of that entertainment area. Would really love to see it be renamed as Founders District. What's Founders District? Why is it called Founders District? Another promotional piece where it brings into their awareness, this is the spot where Tulsa became Tulsa. Mm-hmm. Before any Anglos showed up or Europeans showed up, this was Tallahassee, the founding spot. So that's another push in phase 2 that we'd like to do. And then the third phase, which is also going to take a lot of funding and a lot of creativity, is to expand in some way.
McCabe has contacted the Muskogee Creek Nation Cultural Preservation Department as well as the Principal Chief's Office with the hopes of collaborating with the Nation on the project, but as of the publication of this article has not received a response. In addition, the association has published an open letter to anyone who is a stakeholder in the Council Oak Park, which details their intentions and plans. Muskogee Media has published this letter in the April 15th edition of the Muskogee News, and a link to the letter will be in the description of this video. Like the Muskogee people who adopted the tree as their meeting place, the Council Oak has survived many dangers and flourished, thanks to the community that surrounds it. The history of the oak is the foundation of Tulsa, and a testament to the value that community places on its indigenous ancestry. The Muskogee people continue to thrive, and so too does the Council Oak.
Muskogee Media presents What is the 1866 Treaty? In April 1861, the Civil War broke out in the United States shortly after President Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated president. This resulted in the withdrawal of federal troops from Indian Territory, which later became modern-day Oklahoma. The 5 civilized tribes were, at this point, well established in the territory, and the withdrawal of these troops put them in a difficult position. Soon, Albert Pike, representing the Confederate government, showed up in the territory to secure agreements with the tribes. While other tribes, such as the Choctaw and Chickasaw, were united in support of the Confederacy, the Creek Nation was divided, with almost an equal number of troops on both sides of the war. April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to General Ulysses S. Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. September 1865, the federal government and the 5 civilized tribes met to negotiate at the Fort Smith Council. Commissioner of Indian Affairs Dennis N. Cooley informed the tribes that because they had sided with the Confederacy, the tribes had forfeited their rights, annuities, and land claims under previous treaties. The federal government was going to ignore the fact that 3 of 5 tribes had been divided in support of the Confederacy. New agreements would have to be drafted and signed, and the federal government required certain provisions in each treaty. The treaties would grant amnesty for crimes committed against the United States during the war, but required that the tribes abolish slavery, incorporate freedmen into their citizenship, and give up part of their lands for other tribal settlement. August 11, 1866, the Creek Treaty was signed and proclaimed. The ramifications for these agreements would last for over 150 years. Before Europeans stepped foot on the North American continent, southeastern tribes had already established a long history of capturing enemy combatants in raids and utilizing them as slaves. These slaves were sometimes incorporated into the tribe through intermarriage and tribal ceremony. Generations of literal and later ceremonial combat between tribes and tribal towns led to an intricate web of intermarriages and adoptions that formed the basis of the importance of the Creek tribal town and clan affiliation that citizens continue to this day. Indeed, an argument could be made that this process eventually led to the formation of the Creek Confederacy and its required political and familial agreements and alliances. Up until the 1866 treaty, some freedmen, as well as Europeans and members of other tribes, had been incorporated into the Creek tribe through these traditional methods. It is important to recognize a distinction from this cultural practice and the economic model of slavery that was introduced to Native Americans by European contact, which emphasized the utilization of humans as property and part of a business model. With the signing and ratification of the 1866 treaty, freedmen became citizens in the Creek Nation, regardless if they had been assimilated into the tribe by traditional methods or not. It is this distinction between the methods of obtaining membership for freedmen that has resulted in the long and bitter fight to decide the citizenship of the Creek Nation. Even now, legal battles are fought over the application of the 1866 treaty with the Creeks in regard to citizenship as well as tribal jurisdiction. At the United States Supreme Court, the validity of the 1866 treaty is a key element of the Muskogee Creek Nation's argument for expansion of the tribal jurisdiction, even though the Muskogee Creek Nation Constitution does not allow for freedmen to be citizens of the tribe, a requirement stipulated in the treaty. Forged in the Civil War Reconstruction effort, the 1866 treaty continues to be a firebrand in relations between the 5 civilized tribes, freedmen, and the federal government.
The year is 1918, and in Oklahoma, 35 Muskogee citizens would meet at Hickory Stomp Ground to discuss the formation of a community veterans group. Hyperbolic media coverage, paranoia, and racist Native American stereotypes would coalesce to dub this event the Creek Draft Rebellion. This video is based on the research presented by Thomas A. Britton in the article, The Creek Draft Rebellion of 1918, Wartime Hysteria and Indian Baiting in World War I Oklahoma. This information is being presented with the permission of the author and the Oklahoma Historical Society. A link to the original article will be provided in the description of this video. The Grand Army of the Republic was a fraternal organization formed by Civil War veterans who had served the Union Army in 1866. The GAR was organized by state-level departments and community-level posts. Its members wore military-style uniforms. In the 1880s, the GAR began advocating for Union veterans to receive federal pensions. It was at its peak in 1890 with 408,487 members. Between 1872 and 1904, the GAR was a very powerful political force. During the first week of June 1918, 35 Muskogee men, women, and children, as well as a number of freedmen descendants, met at Hickory Stomp Ground south of Henrietta, Oklahoma, to discuss the formation of a Grand Army of the Republic post. This June meeting was led by 40-year-old Ellen Perryman, daughter of Wright Perryman. Ellen had petitioned the federal government to receive her deceased father's pension, claiming that he had served in the Union Army during the Civil War. She had organized the meeting to discuss the formation of a GAR post to honor Muskogee citizens who were loyal to the Union during the war. The location for the meeting, Hickory Stomp Ground, had been a focal point for Chitto Harjo's resistance to allotment and cultural assimilation from 1900 to 1909. During the meeting, those in attendance began to discuss their dissatisfaction with Woodrow Wilson and his administration's insistence that all eligible men register for the draft. Word of the anti-government sentiment reached an unidentified group of citizens from Muskogee County who arrived at the Stomp Ground later that evening and broke up the gathering with gunfire and threats. This incident would be reported in the Daily Oklahoman with the headline, 200 Creeks Go on Warpath Over Drafting of Youths, 3 Whites Rumored Killed. Newspapers across the nation ran stories of rumors that 2 to 3 white farmers had been murdered by a large force of armed Creek warriors that then retreated into the hill country surrounding Henrietta. These articles reached the hands of Cato Sells, a commissioner for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and on June 10th he instructed Gabe Parker, superintendent of the 5 civilized tribes, to launch an investigation into the Stomp Ground meeting. Parker replied a day later that the media articles were exaggerations and that Ellen Perryman was, quote, apparently demented, end quote, and her statements at the meeting disconnected, visionary, and irresponsible. Parker was ordered to continue the investigation. BIA Field Clerk Harry B. Siddicum was sent to Henrietta to conduct a more thorough investigation. Siddicum interviewed local law enforcement and National Guard officials who had taken a detachment of troops to the Stomp Ground the night after the meeting. These witnesses claimed Perryman was, quote, hostile towards the U.S. government, end quote, and spoke disrespectfully towards the American flag. These interviews led to little new information, so Superintendent Parker advised Siddicum to interview several full-blood Muskogee citizens to find out who had attended the meeting and what they had talked about. Parker was particularly interested in who had broken up the meeting and if the Muskogee citizens who attended had been prevented from lawfully assembling. While Siddicum was investigating for Parker, BIA Commissioner Sells had become dissatisfied with the results. On June 22nd, Sells ordered H.B. Pierce, the superintendent of the Haskell Indian Institute in Kansas, to head to Oklahoma to conduct a parallel investigation. Pierce met with Parker and toured the Hickory Stomp Ground, concluding that there was no danger of any uprising. Pierce's report to Sells described the Muskogee as quiet, peaceful, and as far as I could tell, entirely loyal, unless it be in the case of Ellen Perryman. These investigations were predicated on newspaper reports, and Jack Carter had been the reporter to break the initial story. After publishing the initial reports, Carter had sworn in an affidavit that he had interviewed Perryman shortly after the meeting, and she had reiterated her claims against Wilson and the American Army. Carter claimed that Perryman had met with Philip Enos in Washington, D.C. According to Carter, Enos was the leader of an organization trying to reclaim Native American lands with the protection of an enemy government. If true, Carter's claims would seem to bolster his earlier reporting, but his reputation in journalistic circles was called into question. Jerry Rand, the editor of the Muskogee Phoenix at the time, referred to Carter as, quote, very unreliable in his manner of reporting news, end quote. After the Creek Rebellion story broke, according to Rand, he advised Mr. Carter that he had no further use for his services. Pierce also called Carter's affidavit into question, pointing out that it reaffirmed Carter's sensational newspaper reports. 2 months after the meeting at Hickory Stomp Ground, on August 8th, W.L. Reed met with Perryman at Council Hill, Oklahoma. Reed was an investigator that had been hired by James C. Davis, the national attorney for the Muskogee Creek Nation. After speaking with Perryman, Reed had concluded that she was working with a small number of Muskogee veterans who were trying to get compensation from the federal government for claims originating during the Civil War. Reed characterized Perryman as, quote, undoubtedly demented, end quote, but perfectly harmless. According to Reed's report, Perryman feared there was a $2,000 bounty on her head, and she refused to meet with anyone without an armed escort. Davis, after receiving the report, recommended that the matter be dropped. In September, Department of Justice officials came into possession of letters written and signed by Perryman and other Muskogee full-bloods that recommended Muskogee citizens against registering for the draft. This resulted in warrants being issued for their arrest. September 10th, federal investigators and United States Marshals, as well as a dozen local law enforcement officials, headed to Hickory Stomp Ground. Rumors had spread that Muskogee citizens, led by Perryman, were organizing an uprising and planned to burn houses, barns, and turn out livestock. When the group arrived, they found no evidence of an uprising, and Perryman could not be located at the grounds. Later in September, a BIA field clerk reported rumors that Perryman and some accomplices had been meeting in Washington, D.C. with a representative of the German government. According to the rumors, the German government had promised that Muskogee citizens that refrained from participating in the war would get special treatment from Germany after it won the war. In October, these reports were referred to the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Secret Service. The United States Postal Service notified the Secret Service that Perryman and several Muskogee full-bloods had been sending letters containing money to unknown parties located at 468 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. Government officials continued to search both Oklahoma and Washington, D.C. for Perryman, until U.S. Marshals finally caught up with her in Muskogee and arrested her for violation of the Espionage Act. December 18th, a hearing was held in Muskogee to determine what to do with Perryman. In attendance was a representative of the U.S. Attorney's Office, a deputy U.S. Marshal, MCN National Attorney James C. Davis, as well as a representative from Gabe Parker's office, and, of course, Ellen Perryman. All participants agreed to postpone the case indefinitely and release Perryman, with the understanding that she keep quiet and behave herself. Ellen Perryman married a Chickasaw man named Edmund Colbert in 1922. They had a daughter, Mary Colbert Gooden, who resided in the Muskogee Creek Nation capital city of Okmulgee until her death in 2013.
First, 2018, the JOM modernization. Muskogee
Okay, guys,
Media
sorry.
presents.
Hold on. This
What
thing
is the
it's really being difficult. I wanted to come in because this story. Hold on.
The year is
Hold on just a second.
1918.
This story, the Creek Draft Rebellion. I think T.Y. Prohl or somebody. I think you suggested to do a what is on that, and we put it all. I put it all together. But one of the things that happened during the story, right? And I'm gonna pop it up on here. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because to me, this is it. It doesn't really have anything to do with anything. It's just so funny to me. In this story, right? Ellen Perryman, they're trying to say that she incited this riot and they called National Guard out and all this other stuff. And then they were trying to find her. She was in hiding, and there were all these rumors about her. And one of the rumors that got printed in the paper, because these newspaper guys back then, they were apparently just making stuff up. But if you read this was in that paper. It says, hold on, let me put it on the screen. I'm sorry, guys, for doing this, but this is just so funny to me when I saw this, when I was making this video. Hold on a second. This is an article from the paper. It says, their leader, according to officers, is Ellen Perryman of Council Hill, a Creek woman who declares she has just returned from Washington, where she claimed to have consulted Friends of the Indian, who told her that they could not be compelled to fight. Pamphlets which she brought back with her, and which she is said to have used in her harangue before the Indians, carry the name of Filipinos, who is said to be Filipino, whose residence is in Washington. Do you guys see that? That is classic reporting. This guy heard somebody say, oh, it's Filipinos. And then somebody else is like, what is he, a Filipino? It's just ridiculous. Anyway, but I put it in the video because it kind of shows that they're just fabricating stuff about what's going on, and it's like they're sending secret jokes out to people. Sorry, that's what I was talking about in the chat, David, earlier when I was like, hey, look at that, It's so ridiculous. Anyway, let's see, where are we at? We were about to do Johnson O'Malley. Oh, let me check really quick while I'm on here to see if any results have been posted. No results. Okay, so we've got, this has like 3 more videos in it, and they're only like a couple of minutes, 3 or 4 minutes long. So once this playlist is done, I'll come back in and we can see if there's anything you guys want to talk about. And if not, we will be moving into the stomp dance portion of tonight's program. So with that being said, let me pop this back up and turn my audio off.
The Act was made law. This act updates the allocation. Muskogee Media presents, what is the Johnson O'Malley Program? The Johnson O'Malley program provides funding for Native American education and programs, such as the Muskogee Creek Nation Challenge Bowl. The JOM program was established by the Johnson O'Malley Act of 1934 as part of what is often called the Indian New Deal. Its passage marked a shift in federal government policies away from enforced assimilation of Native Americans and towards encouragement and perpetuation of tribes and their cultures and traditions. With the passage of this act, federal funding for Native American education could be directed to states, schools, and school districts who had populations of Native children in order to encourage Native Americans to attend public schools. This move was in response to the conclusions of the Merriam Report of 1928, which examined the Department of the Interior's implementation of the Dawes Act. Officially titled The Problem of Indian Administration, this report found that education and care for Native American children in boarding schools was grossly inadequate and recommended a policy of integration of Native Americans into the public school system. Even though boarding schools continued to grow into the 1970s, the JOM program became one of the principal means of subsidizing Native American education in the United States. 1975 saw the passage of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. Title II of the Act amended the Johnson O'Malley Act of 1934 to increase the participation of Native American parents in the decisions affecting the education of their children. Title II also required all contractors to have an education plan approved by the Secretary of the Interior and provide full reimbursement to school districts for the cost of educating out-of-state Native American children. December 31, 2018, the JOM Modernization Act was made law. This act updates the allocation process for federal funding under the program, requiring the Department of the Interior to annually update the count of Native American students eligible for JOM program funds. For more information on the JOM program, visit the National Johnson O'Malley Association at www.njoma.com or the Muskogee Creek Nation JOM program. Muskogee Media presents, What is the Permanent Fund? Almost all special appropriations, loan agreements, and legislation dealing with fiscal policy passed at the Muskogee Creek Nation reference the Permanent Fund. But what exactly is it, and how did it come to be? The history of the Permanent Fund begins on March 19, 1984, when the Muskogee Creek Nation entered into a 7-year management contract with Indian Country USA to manage the MCN bingo hall at the Mackey site. The Mackey site was the location of the Tulsa bingo operation and is now the site of the River Spirit Casino. This management agreement divided the net profits of the MCN bingo operation between the two entities, with the Muskogee Creek Nation receiving 60% and Indian Country USA 40%. The Mackey site is original fee land, which means that the land was never transferred back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for allotment during the allotment process, and has remained property of the Muskogee Creek Nation since it was transferred to the tribe by the President of the United States in 1854. The 10th Circuit Court ruled in the landmark case Indian Country USA versus Oklahoma Tax Commission that this fee land was not subject to state taxes. In 1988, the United States Congress passed the National Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. On July 10, 1989, the Muskogee Creek Nation filed a petition in tribal court to remove Indian Country USA from the Mackey site for allegedly violating its contract with the nation. As part of the lawsuit proceedings, an order to establish an escrow account holding 40% of the net profits of the bingo operation since the start of the suit was issued in order to ensure that in the event that Indian Country USA was not found in violation, their contractual percentage of the profits would be available. While the case was in MCN District Court, the Muskogee Creek Nation National Council passed NCA 89135, which established a permanent fund to receive 40% of the net profits of MCN-owned and managed gaming operations. The legislation stated that during any disputes or litigation with any contract management firm, no funds would be placed in the permanent fund until settlement of the dispute. The hearing resulted in MCN District Court Judge Patrick Moore ruling that Indian Country USA had violated its contract with the nation, and as a result of the ruling, the MCN assumed the daily operations of the 1,200-seat Tulsa Bingo facility. On June 30th, 1994, the National Council, by unanimous vote, approved NCA 94-57, which authorized the principal chief to approve and sign a settlement agreement with Indian Country USA. This legislation opened the door for the transfer of funds from the escrow account to the MCN Permanent Fund. At this point, the escrow account was terminated, with a holding of over $7 million, which was moved into the Creek Nation Permanent Fund. The Muskogee Creek Nation Permanent Fund is codified in MCN Code Annotated Title 37-2-203, published on the MCN website www.creeksupremecourt.com. Muskogee Media presents What is Tribal Sovereignty? All of the functions and services of the Muskogee Creek Nation government are directly tied to tribal sovereignty. But what exactly is it, and how did it come to be? Let's take a look at the concept of tribal sovereignty. In order to understand tribal sovereignty, we first have to examine the concept of sovereignty generally. Sovereignty is the supreme independent authority within a territory. There are three key components to the definition of a sovereign. The first concept is that the sovereign has authority, or the right to command and to be obeyed, that is derived from a mutually acknowledged source of legitimacy from within the community. The second concept is that the authority of the sovereign is supreme, and it is superior to all other authorities in its domain. The final component is the territory of the sovereign, which defines the community or group that falls under its authority. The individuals that reside within the geographic boundaries of the sovereign are subject to its authority. Before European contact, Native American tribes were already employing the concept of sovereignty to treat with each other. Tribes and tribal towns would make agreements and treaties in order to end sustained conflicts and promote growth and well-being in their own respective tribes. European contact later established a pattern of recognition of tribal sovereignty through treaties and legal framework that continued throughout the American Revolution and the establishment of the United States. The United States is a federated state, which means that a group of states, in this case, the 50 U.S. states, have transferred a portion of their sovereign powers over to a federal government, so that that federal union becomes the sovereign entity representing those states for the purposes of international law. In relation to federally recognized Indian tribes, this means that while the tribes are equal and thus not beholden to state governments, the federal government does still have authority over them. The federal government recognizes the Muskogee Creek Nation as a domestic dependent nation, a classification derived from the U.S. Supreme Court case Cherokee Nation versus Georgia. In this case, the Cherokee Nation attempted to obtain a federal injunction against laws passed by the state of Georgia that deprived them of rights within its boundaries. In what would later become a pattern of erosion of tribal sovereignty, the court did not hear the case, but chose not to rule on the merits, determining that the framers of the U.S. Constitution did not consider Indian tribes as foreign nations, but more as domestic dependent nations. 1 year after Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, another Supreme Court case would affirm the sovereignty of the Cherokee Nation, with Worcester versus Georgia, in which Chief Justice John Marshall affirmed that the relationship between Indian nations and the United States is that of nations. The modern era finds the powers of tribal sovereigns in flux. Tribal governments have immunity to lawsuits as sovereigns, but the federal government can force tribal governments to waive that immunity if it sees fit. Sovereign immunity does not extend to individual citizens of tribes. Tribal sovereignty is also expressed in the tribe's ability to adjudicate on crimes committed on tribal lands. In states where Public Law 280 is in effect, federal law enforcement authority is transferred to the state with the permission of the tribes affected. In these states, the state government has jurisdiction over crimes committed by tribal members on tribal lands. Oklahoma is not a Public Law 280 state. The Muskogee Creek Nation Tribal Court's jurisdiction in criminal cases is determined by the classification of the perpetrator and victim as Indian or non-Indian. Federal court has jurisdiction over crimes defined by the Major Crimes Act, and in all other crimes, tribal courts have jurisdiction over Indian on Indian crimes and Indian on non-Indian crimes. Tribal courts have no jurisdiction over non-Indian offenders. Congress has plenary power over Native American tribes, and through legislation, the sovereign powers of tribes can be expanded or contracted.
Okay, guys, that's the end of that playlist. It's getting late. Let's see if there's any results yet. I think everybody in the chat is getting pretty saucy. So, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I'm about 12 cups of coffee in, so I'm right there with you guys. Let's see, what can we do? What do I got in here? Oh, okay. So, David, you were complaining about the videos, and I understand. Now, the next stuff that I have, I'm just going to read what's in the playlist here. It's 2025 Festival Stomp Dance, Council Oak Tree Ceremony from 2024, 2018 Festival Stomp Dance, and so on. The stomp dances from the festival. Sooner Science Nerd, you just posted who won the bee election. We don't have any official results yet. One of the candidates has posted some results from a piece of paper that we don't know for sure where he got the piece of paper from. So we don't know for sure if the results are real or not. And it's Will Lowe that posted that to his Facebook page. So if you go to his campaign Facebook page, you can take a look at what he's posted. I'm kind of hesitant to report on it just because it didn't come from the election board. But the results should be posted on the election board's Facebook page first. That's where they're supposed to be posted. And those results, even if the election board posts them, will not be official until 9/26 next Friday after 5 p.m. because that's the challenge period for anybody to challenge any of the results of the election. But as of right now, the Creek Nation Election Board's Facebook page has not posted any results. Okay, so that's what we're hanging out and waiting on. If you want to not be in the live stream or whatever, you just want to check, that's where the results are supposed to be posted first, is the election board's Facebook page. Let me see here. I don't see any questions or anything in there. If you guys have a topic you want to talk about or anything like that, or maybe have me look into something on the laptop here and we could pop it up on the screen, we could do that. We're just waiting for these results to come in. And with that being said, we had some requests for some From the Vault stuff. Are you guys still here? I think it was Tulsa Town was asking for From the Vault stuff. If you could tell me specifically which From the Vault you want to see. I don't have it downloaded and loaded into this laptop here I'm using as a VCR, but we can still see it because we can go and let me just show you guys real quick. No, not that. Why did it do that? Let's go here. Or no, actually, I'll go here. We can go into the studio. This is what our studio stuff looks like in here. But I can, oh wait, we have the playlist. Let me go here. Playlists. Where is it? From the Vault. Here we go. So I can play any of the From the Vaults that we have in our playlist or on our YouTube channel for you guys here. I just don't like to do that because YouTube puts commercials on them, and then there's commercials running on the thing, and it's kind of lame. But that's why I normally take the videos from our server and put them in here. But because our server right now is in another town, I only had so much stuff I could grab to stick into the VCR. That's kind of a long explanation, and I apologize for that. But if you have something you want me to run, let me know, and I will play it. Let's see here. What's up with the Mike Berryhill investigation? I have not seen anything about that, so I don't know if there is an investigation or anything like that. We can look, though. Do you guys want to look? Let's look. We'll look into it. To see something, right, we would go Creek District Court, I think is what it is, .com. Yeah. And then we can, on their website, let me pop this up while we're kind of wasting time here. Let me check and make sure we don't have any results. No results yet. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this up. And so you guys, this is the Muskogee Creek Nation District Court's website. That's at creekdistrictcourt.com. You can go into court records, right? This screen will pop up saying to log in, but you just click this button, right? Let me go into full screen. Is that text too small? I'm gonna make it bigger. So once you're in there, you can click search, case searches by party. Anybody can do this. You guys can do this at home. And T.Y. Pearl, you are asking about, let me look in here. Now, you're asking about Mike Berryhill. Now, this is a pretty common name, I'm just going to tell you. So if we find something, how you would confirm that it's the Mike Berryhill that you're referring to is we would need to have his birth date, right? And I'll show you how that comes up when it comes up. No results found, right? So no Mike Berryhill. Now, what I do in this situation, because sometimes the person's name will be Mike Berryhill, but that's their middle name or something. So I will get rid of the first name. We're just going to see if we can see all of the Berryhill stuff, right? Let's stay focused on election talk and results. It would be nice if the EB would make a statement. Leon, I agree with you 100%. The problem is we don't have anything to talk about. You know, hold on. Let me come in here because I feel like this is a thing. I would love to talk about election results. We just don't got any. You know, what are we to talk about with it? You know, the absence of it, you know. Anyway. If you guys come up with an angle on that, let me know. Or if you want me to pull anything up, we can have a chat. We're doing it. I'm just going to go through this real quick for T.Y. Pearl because he asked about it. We can see here that this is Arendale and so on and so forth. A's. I don't see any Mikes for the middle name is what I'm looking for. And then even then, you see how it has their birth date next to the thing. We would need his birth date, which I don't know off the top of my head, the Mike Berryhill you're referring to. So right now it would be kind of pointless. But that's where we are. I went through it about a month ago, 2 months ago, and I hadn't seen anything for him. But that could have changed in the past time. So, but that's where we are with that. Let me get out of full screen. People going to start a petition to remove the election board and office. J.R. Wynn is posted. People are going to start a petition to remove the election board and office manager. Well, on that front, you know, J.R., I know you're joking, but I don't want to put too much on Nelson, you know, because and he's the office manager, because Nelson is literally doing what he's told. He doesn't have any, you know, leeway. He has to do what the election board tells him. And even if you sent an email to Nelson saying, hey, Nelson, you should do this or that, if Nelson wanted to do it, he would still have to go to the election board and they would still have to approve it and all of that stuff for him to do it. So that, you know, like the election board has the authority and also the responsibility to do all this stuff. And they give Nelson the orders to do it how he's doing it, and he has to do it that way. So just a little caveat before everybody's also lumping Nelson into the bad guy group or whatever. You know, like he's really just an hourly employee guy following orders. But let's see here, wherever we are. The election board seem unorganized. They need a statement on updates at least. Yes, they do need a statement. You know, while we're talking about this, let me show you guys something interesting. It's on our YouTube channel. I'm not gonna play it, but I am going to just show you. So I'm going through our live stuff. I am gonna reverse this though. Hold on. Where is my deal? This. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm looking at the stuff on our channel. You can see right there is our live thing going right now. But I'm going to reverse the time and put the first things that we live streamed first, right? And then I'm going to scroll down here. You can see 2015 candidate forum inauguration. Here's a bunch of live streams that we did a long time ago. I'm trying to find one of the election live streams from the period where we were getting the results directly from the company that the election board had hired to conduct the election. And back then, how it was done is they hired a company, and the election office, no, I don't know if Nelson was even there, those guys were just kind of like administering, the stuff while this company did the counting. Okay, so let me scroll down. I just want to show you guys what it looks like if I can find it. It's been so long and I don't remember. Oh, here we go. Is this the deal? Let me see what this looks like, guys. Hold on one second. Okay, so this is a National Council primary. Let's see if, yeah, I think this is one of those ones. So let me pop this up, and you guys can see that. You can see here we had Gary and other people, like on here hosting it. Who else was there? Was somebody else on here? Gary and here's Doty was on here. But this is the part that I wanted to show you guys. Right here. So what this is in the 2017 primary election, before the actual election happened, we got a link to a web page that the election board gave us that was the company that was conducting the election. So when we did our live stream, we were getting the results that were coming in from that company at the same time that the election board was getting them, right? Let me check and see if we got any results in right now before I go any further. Okay. And you can see here, I don't know if you guys want to listen to the audio from this. You can see what we're doing is there's no results. We're like checking, and it's refreshing. Let me pop it up so you can see it, right? Now, the election board and the election board office weren't doing this part. This was a company they had hired that was actually counting them and refreshing this stuff. So that's what it used to look like long ago, or really almost 10 years ago. And me personally, from production-wise, I loved this setup because we were able to have some hosts in the studio while we're waiting on stuff to come in, and citizens could see the numbers changing and the percentages in the corner there. Oh, sorry, let me pop that up so you guys can see. You can see the percentages in the corner there changing and those things. Now, at a certain point, I'm trying to remember which election it was. The election board stopped using this company to do this. And when that happened, that's when we started being told, we can't give you a link because that company doesn't do that anymore, right? Can we get someone with authority? Whoops, sorry. Can we get someone, no. Do you think the question, can we not get someone with authority to comment on why this is taking so long? I think the best situation for us right now is, I could send Nelson an email. What would you guys like me to ask him? You can also, everybody, all you guys, I don't know if you use Facebook. If you guys use Facebook, you can go to the link to the election board's Facebook page is in the description of this video, and you could send them a message on Facebook and say, what's going on? If you look, let me do it on here. If you look, oh no, why are you doing that? Don't do that. Hold on, let me close this. If you look on their page, you can see that people have made comments in here. I don't know if they're still allowing comments, but I assume that you could also, what's going on with my stream? You guys okay? My stream dropped out there for a second. Anyway, you can see that I assume you could send the election board a message on Facebook. I can send them an email. You guys, I don't think we're going to get what we would want to have, which is like a detailed explanation of what's taken so long, is going to be the deal. I haven't ever gotten that before in the past. So that's what makes me think that. So The person that would have the authority to make those comments would be Nelson, and I would guess that he is probably not going to say anything unless the election board tells him to do that, right? Now, we can go to the election board's website, and let me see, we can look and see who are the board members according to the election boards, to the Creek Nation website, and we can, like they were talking about earlier, we can hope that that's accurate. It doesn't look like they have all the board members on here. Maybe this is it. Let's look at this. No, that's not it. Maybe it lists them in here. No. Candidates. You can see right here, though, MCN election office. If you call this phone number, let me pop it up for you guys. If you call this phone number, nobody's probably going to answer right now, but you can try that. 918-732. There's a toll-free number below that. You can send them an email. This is election@mcnelection.com. But earlier, if you guys look up earlier in the chat, I gave out Nelson's email. Let me put it in there for you guys now. Just give me 1 second. Or no, sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Give me 1 second, and I will put it in there for you guys. This is Nelson's email. If you guys want to send Nelson an email directly and ask him, and I can send him an email right now. I just can tell you he's not going to respond. Let me go ahead and do it. I'll just send him an email. Results, questions. So, good evening. I am checking in to see why the election results have not been posted to the election board's Facebook page. Would you like to issue a statement on the delay? How's that, guys? I'm sending it to Mr. Harjo right now. Okay, that's out the door. If I get something back, oh, sorry, I'm still on this thing. Hold on. If I get something back, I'll let you guys know. I have sent him an email. The chances that he would answer, I don't know. You know, maybe he will. Sometimes he answers lickety split, and sometimes you don't hear anything. You know, right now while we're having this discussion, I'm not, I think Nelson is probably in a room with a lot of other election employees, and they're like trying to get this done is probably where it is. So him even seeing that I sent him an email is probably not going to happen, but we'll see there. David, when we told them that their text message about voting didn't work over a month ago, everybody ignored it. Well, and that's a problem. That shouldn't happen. 30% as of 18,095 equals 5,429 voters. I don't know where that's. What's that 30% there you're posting, TY Pearl? 30% of what? Oh, registered voters? Are you saying the 30% on those pieces of paper? Is that what you're referring to that Will posted? Sorry. And there's a lag, guys, too. So like I'm seeing your stuff in the chat. I'll try to explain this. So I'm going to say stuff right now. And you guys aren't going to see this stuff till like a minute or so later. So like if you guys put stuff in the chat and I start talking to you from the chat, right? Then my responses to what you put in the chat can't possibly come to like a minute later. I don't know if that makes any sense. There's like a lag. There's like a time delay for the district question to pass. So for that, you got to have 66% or over, right? And it has to be the number of, actually, you know what? Let's go look at it on the Supreme Court's website. We can do that right now. That's something to do. Let me check and see if we got any results. We do not have any results. So let's go here. And we can go here. We're on the Supreme Court's website. Let me pop it up and we'll just look and see what it say. Actually, I think it's in the Constitution where we need to go. So elections, executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch, removal of officers, amendment of Constitution. Here we go, guys. So passage of an amendment ordinance before the Muskogee Creek National Council, which shall require an affirmative vote of 2/3 of full membership of National Council for approval. We've already done that. That's happened. Number 2, a 2/3 affirmative vote of the eligible voters who vote in special election called for said purposes by principal chief pursuant to the rules and regulations Muskogee Creek National Council shall prescribe. So that's a key piece in there. It's 2/3 affirmative of the eligible voters who voted. So it's not registered to vote. It's the people who voted in the election. It's got to be 2/3 of them. Okay, if that clarifies anything, and that number will be different based on how many citizens vote, right? But when the results get posted, that they should look like the. Let's go down here. I'm just going to go down and find one of these specials. When the results get posted, let's look here. Maybe this one? No. It'll be a special. Maybe it was this one. No. I had one back here in 2012. Yeah, let's look here. Was this it? That's not it. Here. Yeah, this is the one I showed earlier. I'm going to pop it up. So you can see here that it's listing the number of people that voted yes and the number of people that voted no. And those percentages are out of the total number of people that voted. Okay. So that's how that will work. But it's not the registered voters. That figure is going to be different. I don't know if that cleared anything up for you guys or not, or maybe I was reading the chat there. I don't know if that was something you guys were talking about or not. Let's see if we got any results. It's 11 o'clock, guys. It is 11 o'clock. This is the time of the program where I put on Stomp Dance and go drink a bunch of more coffee, because we're getting really close to that thing, me ranting thing that I was promising you guys earlier in the evening. So I am going, unless you guys have something else that you'd like to talk about, let me scan through here and see where we're at. Oh, Ella said it's past her bedtime. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Ella. Good night. Have a good evening. Let's investigate. When do, T.Y. Pearl's asking, when do all these damn boards meet? I'd like to know that myself. You know, like I do think there needs to be some type of code or something passed on that. You know, it should be out there everywhere. The Creek Nation has a website and a Facebook, and there's no reason we can't post that stuff. Is there a certain percentage of registered voters required to pass constitutional amendments to get BIA approval? I don't know about BIA approval. The BIA doesn't have any say over that. Or to my knowledge, I don't know. Maybe there is some wrinkle there with the BIA. I remember last time, and we had interim courts. I think somebody needs to get involved. This is becoming dysfunctional. Called by the Secretary of the Interior for the results to be valid. T.Y. Pearl saying, under provisions of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, at least 30% of eligible voters were required to participate in constitutional elections called by the Secretary of the Interior for the results to be valid. I don't know if that applies to the Creek Nation anymore, because I think that's a state law. I'm not for sure. I don't know how, if it's not a, if the BIA is got to approve the 30% of eligible voters, right? How do they know what how many eligible voters or anything? Like, we don't have a BIA agent inside of our election board or our election office, you know what I mean? And they're not going to, the federal government typically doesn't take your word for it, right? They want to be there and find out for sure. They may be rubber stamping it, you know, and just being like, we don't care. Does the 30% of eligible registered voters apply here? I don't know. I don't know, T.Y. Pearl. When when the nation has amended the Constitution in the past, I haven't ever seen anything where the BIA approved anything or not. And it could have happened, but I don't know why that wouldn't be included. You know, the election board would also say, hey, you know, these amendments aren't going to become codified or until the BIA approves it. And I've never seen them say that. So I don't know if the Indian Reorganization Act applies to any amendments that we do now. That language may have only been applying to the original constitutions that tribes that got their recognition through that process had to establish in order to get their recognition or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It might have been a one-time deal where the BIA is going to approve your constitution and it's done. I don't know. Let's see here. Do we have any results, though? We do not. We do not. It's 11:08. Okay. So if you guys, I'm going to go ahead and pop up some stomp dances and stuff and the council oak tree from last year and stuff like that. And if you guys want to talk about something or you want me to look something up online and we can have a chat, just pop it into the chat there and I'll do it. But as of right now, we're just going to kind of in a holding pattern waiting on these results. If I get some, I will let you guys know. Hey guys, sorry, I'm gonna jump back in right now. Sorry about that. Oh, good Lord. I don't like Apple TV, by the way. I don't know if I've said that already. But I found something interesting, So we were talking in the chat earlier. TY Pro was saying that the BIA, after the Reorganization Act of 1934, 30% of eligible voters were required to participate in constitutional elections. So, to just nutshell for you guys what they're talking about, because I had to read all of what they're saying and try to parse it. They're saying that 30% of registered voters have to vote in a constitutional election to amend the Constitution, or the BIA won't approve that amendment. And the 30% that would be required in our situation would be 5,429 voters, okay? So that's the first thing. So I was just Googling some stuff while this was playing to search some of the stuff that he was talking about. And I searched BIA approval of, tribal constitutional amendments. This stupid AI crap came up, which I don't ever read. But this came up that I thought was interesting because it's from the BIA. This is on the BIA's page. Let me make this full screen, because it's kind of like what we're talking about. TY recommended I pull up these other news stories, and I'm going to do that in just a second. But let me pop this up really quick, because there's some stuff in here. I don't know, maybe some information got lost in the thing, but let's see here. So this is what I'm looking at. New regulations for constitutional elections to some Indian tribes. And this was March 4th, 1967 is when this was posted. But it says, Department of Interior is proposing amendments in federal regulations that govern elections to adopt or amend tribal constitutions for tribes organized under the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. Can you guys read that? Let me make it a little bigger. Proposals are also being made to standardize... why did it do that? Proposals are also being made to standardize procedures under which some 97 Indian tribes may petition the Secretary of the Interior or the Commissioner of Indian Affairs to authorize elections to amend their tribal constitutions. The proposed new rules would revise Part 52, Title 25, Code of Federal Regulations, and add a new Part 53. They have been published in the Federal Register as proposed rulemaking, and interested parties are urged to comment. The change affecting Part 52 concerns a provision of the Indian Reorganization Act under which many tribes have organized their constitutional governments. The act provides at least 30% of persons entitled to vote must participate in constitutional elections called by the Secretary or Commissioner if such elections are to be considered valid. So, the results are up. Sorry, guys. Let me confirm where I'm at here. We got them. All right. Sorry. We'll come back to this. But we're already here, so let's take a look at the results. We're here. Yay! Let me see if there's a way, because this is going to give me fits to download it in here. Can I go full screen? Let me see. I'm supposed to be getting... Okay. Download that. Hold on, guys. Let me come back. Okay. I'm going to pop these up on screen because I can't zoom with the laptop. I'm going to put them in a different thing that I can zoom in and we can look at the results. It'll just give me 1 second to do it, guys. We do have results, and they are on the Facebook page if you want to go ahead and jump over there and look at them. It's just going to take me a second to pop them into my video deal here. I got to click a bunch of clicks. Let's start off. Why does it do that? Let's start off here. Boop. All right. Can you guys see that? Is it big enough or is it too blurry? I think that looks blurry. Let me try a different method because that's not going to work. Can I get it in through here? Okay, 1 second. Yes, all right. Let's hide this. I need to go here. Sorry this is taking so long. Let's start with the first page. And can I zoom in? Yeah, I can. Okay, whoo! That took a long time. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's look and see what these are. These are general election unofficial results report. So National Council Seat B, Okfuskee District, we have Sandra Golden with 1,141 absentee votes. She has 254 early votes, and she has 534 election day votes, which gives her 51.97%, so she wins that round. Okay. National Council Seat B, Creek District, Patrick Freeman got 730 absentee votes. He got 168 early votes. He got 409 election day votes. He got 35% of the vote, so Cody Randall Phillips wins that race. National Council Seat B, Coweta District. James Factor got 1,128 votes. His early voting was 331, and the election day voting was 679. So he got 58.35% of the vote, so James wins his race. National Council Seat B, McIntosh District. Galen Cloud got 936% of the 936 absentee votes, 330 early votes, 635 election day votes, and he got 51.25% of the vote, which means that he's going to go, all right, that means he wins the election. Is that right? I think that's right. Let me check that, because I think if you get over 51%, you win. Let me come back to that, because I don't think he has to go into a runoff. In National Council Seat B, Muskogee District, Jessina Marie Brown got 374 absentee votes, early voting 117, election day 275, which gives her 21% of the vote. And then it looks like Laura Ann Harjo King got 52%, so I think she won her race outright. So let me go here and get the next deal. And then we will go full screen again. Take a look at these results. All right. So this is Nelson Scott Harjo, who is the incumbent, got 616 absentee votes. Early voting 184, election day 410, so he got 32.6% of the vote. William Lowe got 41%, so this will go into a runoff. So Seat B, Okmulgee District, you're going to be looking at Nelson Harjo versus William Lowe, okay? Tuckabutchee District, the winner there was the incumbent, Thomasine Ann Osborne, so she won. Let's see, Tulsi District, the vote was really broken up. So we have Lucian got 36.59% of the vote, and Leonard Gouge got 26% of the vote. So it's going to be a runoff between Leonard Gouge and Lucian Tiger. And then the amendment, wow, right at the wire. The amendment got 67.63%. So we're going back to district voting, guys. All right, there's your results. Total votes cast. Now I'm just gonna assume, based on the amendment vote, I'm gonna assume everybody voted for the amendment, because we could do that easily right now. And it says 3,753 votes, right? Now that's under that 30% thing that we were talking about, and I was reading on there. But that thing that I was reading was basically saying that they might have changed that so that 30% doesn't apply. But I'm assuming that if the BIA is supposed to approve this and they don't approve it, then we should be hearing about that from the election board or executive branch or something. Just like you were saying, T.Y. Parole, was it the Cheyenne Arapaho had to redo elections a while back? I need to go find that. I'll go find that story and I'll read up on that and see if that's going to apply to our situation here. But those are the results, guys. They're in. They are in. And they're on the Facebook page. You guys can go check them out. I want to thank you guys for joining us tonight. Do you want me to go ahead and read the finish reading the thing that I was reading earlier? Or, I mean, this is just the first thing that came up in Google, but I did think it was interesting because this thing says, hold on. The proposed revision would require eligible voters to register before they become entitled to vote, and would base the 30% determination upon the total number of those registered rather than a list of adult tribal members. Also, procedures for filing absentee ballots would become simpler, substituting a certification form subscribed before 2 witnesses for the previous requirement of an oath taken in the presence of a notary public or other officially qualified oaths, and so on and so forth. So this might be the thing that established what you guys were talking about. But I'll look into that other story. I haven't read that other story, and I don't want to say, I don't know, so I don't want to give you information I don't know. It's on non-doc less than a year ago. Okay. Yeah, I'll go check it out and see what's been reported and see if it applies to our case. It might not apply to the Creek Nation. I don't know. Every tribal constitution is different. Just like that thing said, it's going to apply to 97 tribes, and it might not apply to the Creek Nation. But I'll send the election board an email and we'll find out. Are we good, guys? You good? Is there anything else? We've got the results. They're on their Facebook page. We've read them on here. Oh, I was going to check. I think those elections where you get 51% is the case that those elections were won outright. Let me just scroll through this really quick because I'm pretty sure. Where is that? Majority vote. Yeah. Yes. If there is any office in which a candidate does not receive the required majority of votes, a runoff election shall be held. So those candidates that got 51% of the vote or more, they just win. They don't go to a runoff. So, and we'll keep an eye on that 30% situation and see if that affects this, and if it does, we'll report on it. We're going to send that out to the election board, try to find out what the status of that is, and the executive branch. So Mado, for tuning in tonight, guys, really appreciate it. It's real late, and I know you guys went all the way to the wire on this, and we've got them in, and now we can go on with the next steps. So the next steps are these are unofficial results until the 26th, Friday at 5 p.m. when they will become official results unless someone files a challenge in the race. So we'll see what happens there. If someone does file a challenge, we'll get you guys the information as soon as we can. The election board, I think, is supposed to post that stuff on the complex when that happens. And so we can get that stuff going. I don't hope that doesn't happen. And then between now and the November election, I don't know for sure if we're going to try to get all the candidates on. It's going to be difficult because Mr. Tiger didn't do a video with us on Meet the Candidate. So I don't know if he's going to want to participate in some type of debate or forum with the other candidate in the Tulsa district. Regardless, if we don't, I will be doing another live stream in the future for the election and the candidates that are in the runoff. And we'll see you guys again. So, Mado, Hidam, Chihichat, Lees.